ordered or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-160.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 160, an act to amend the Wildfire Suppression Aircraft Transfer Act of 1996 to reauthorize the sale by the Department of Defense of aircraft and parts for wildfire suppression purposes and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to support Senate Bill 160, the Aerial Firefighting Enhancement Act. This bill will amend the Wildfire Suppression Aircraft Transfer Act of 1996 to allow the Department of Defense to once again sell excess aircraft and aircraft parts for wildfire suppression. This will help facilitate the acquisition of excess military aircraft for the aerial wildfire suppression fleet. This life-saving authority protects our aerial firefighters and brings in revenue from military aircraft that are not needed. In fact, the Congressional Budget Office anticipates this legislation will reduce government spending. Our brave first responders work tirelessly on the front lines, fighting wildfires that continue to get more dangerous every year. This bipartisan common sense bill gives these brave men and women access to more equipment that is critical in an emergency. I want to thank Senators Tim Sheehy and Martin Heinrich for introducing this important legislation, which passed the Senate unanimously in April. I also want to thank Representative Dan Newhouse for introducing the House Companion Bill and leading the charge in this chamber. I encourage my colleagues to once again support Senate Bill 160. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate 160, the Aerial Firefighter Enhancement Act. This bill amends the Wildfire Suppression Aircraft Transfer Act of 1996 to reauthorize the sale of aircraft and parts by the Defense Department for wildfire suppression for 10 years. This bill reauthorizes the Secretary of Defense to sell excess Department of Defense aircraft and aircraft parts which are acceptable for commercial sale to persons or entities that contract with the government for the delivery of fire retardants or water by air to suppress wildfires. The aircraft and parts could only be used for fire suppression. This bill will help the U.S. suppress wildfires and recognizes the unfortunate reality that fire season is now year-round, and additional resources, including aircraft, are required to effectively suppress catastrophic wildfires. Senate 160 is a bipartisan common-sense bill that will help the United States maintain a robust fleet of wildfire suppression aircraft. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized? Excuse me.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage of the Aerial Firefighter Enhancement Act, and I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation which will protect our brave aerial firefighters across the country. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 160? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3490 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3490, a bill to require the Government Accountability Office to produce a report on esophageal cancer and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House of Representatives has lost a true statesman. Gerry Connolly was a father, a husband, friend, and a lifelong public servant that dedicated his life to his constituents, his community, and his country. I was deeply saddened to hear about his sudden passing. From the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors to 16 years in the U.S. House of Representatives, Gerry Connolly was a devoted public servant for Virginia's 11th Congressional District. In Congress, Gerry Connolly was a friend to many of us. He was steadfast in fighting for what he believed in. But he was always committed to bipartisanship where he thought we could agree. Over his tenure on this committee, I'm proud to say we co-sponsored 8 bills together, including the Mail Traffic Deaths Reporting Act, the FedRAMP Authorization Act, and the Federal AI Governance and Transparency Act. And I know I'm not alone in that. Many of my Republican committee colleagues found Gerry Connolly to be a partner and a friend. I would like to extend my condolences to his family and also to the members of his staff. We lost our colleague after a short but courageous fight against esophageal cancer, one of the deadliest and fastest growing cancer diagnoses among Americans today. The symptoms of this cancer are often overlooked or misdiagnosed, leading to late detection and limited treatment options. Through this legislation, we hope to raise awareness about esophageal cancer to improve the odds for those who contract this disease. I'm proud to have joined Ranking Member Gerry Connolly in co-sponsoring the Gerald E. Connolly Esophageal Cancer Awareness Act and look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on its passage into law. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose? The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to thank the majority for their courtesy in moving this bill expeditiously to the floor. The Esophageal Cancer Awareness Act was introduced by our dear friend, the late ranking member, Gerry Connolly, and by a bipartisan and unanimous vote of our committee, the bill was renamed in his honor. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge Gerry's wife, Smitty, and his daughter, Caitlin Rose, who are in the gallery, along with many of Gerry's staff, current and former staff, to witness the debate on this bill. Our ranking member, Mr. Connolly, lived his life serving others and making our country a better place. He was a steadfast advocate of the disadvantaged and the voiceless, and he stood up for what was right and what was just. Gerry was a skilled statesman, an accomplished legislator, and a fierce defender of democracy. I'm sure he would want everyone here to continue fighting like hell to stand up for those who cannot stand up for themselves, to defend the rights of every American, and bring accountability and transparency to power. Esophageal cancer is the fastest increasing cancer among American men. It's also one of the deadliest. This bill would direct the GAO to report on key issues relating to esophageal cancer, including the federal spending for it under the Federal Employee Health Benefit Program and the screening rates among high-risk individuals within that program. This bill will hopefully offer some significant amount of help in the fight against esophageal cancer. Mr. Connolly was the epitome of a public servant and will be deeply missed. It is our job now to continue this fight in his memory. I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair reminds members not to refer to persons in the gallery. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield time to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for his remarks.
The gentleman is recognized. How much time?
As much time as he would consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, sir. And I want to, of course, thank our acting ranking member for his leadership here and to honor our incredible ranking member. Mr. Speaker, I strongly support this bill, which of course supports our fight against cancer and to improve health care for all federal workers. There is really, at this moment, this is such an important way to honor the legacy of our colleague, our ranking member, Gerry Connolly. Now, Gerry was a dedicated public servant, a fighter, and a mentor to all of us on the Oversight Committee. Gerry worked to hold our government accountable for over 30 years and was dedicated to improving the lives of all Americans. He was a champion of our federal workforce, of transparency, and in making government work for all the people that we serve. He believed in the power of Congress and in fighting tirelessly for the constituents that he served and, of course, for the rule of law and our Constitution. Now, he serves as the county executive where he fought to expand affordable housing and to invest in infrastructure and always supporting public workers. He delivered for his community, he delivered for the country, and he left a proud legacy. Now, Gerry represented the best among us in public service, which is why we're strongly support of this bill. We all will miss him greatly, and I know that every single member of our committee will work to carry on his legacy. We urge every member to honor Gerry by supporting this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman, Massachusetts is recognized.
I urge all of our members to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill honoring the legacy of our friend and colleague, Gerry Connolly. I hope that this legislation can shed some light on the impact of esophageal cancer on federal government public servants. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3490 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1642, the Connecting Small Business with Career and Technical Education Graduates Act of 2025.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 25, H.R. 1642, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to include requirements relating to graduates of career and technical education programs for small business development centers and women's business centers and for other purposes.
Legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and exclude extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 1642, the Connecting Small Business with Career and Technical Education Graduates Act of 2025. Early this year, I introduced this bill alongside my friend, Representative Olszewski from the great state of Maryland. Across America, the skilled labor shortage, particularly in trades, is growing concern, and industries like construction, healthcare, and manufacturing are struggling to find qualified workers. At the same time, thousands of career and technical education graduates are entering the workforce with the hands-on skills employers desperately need. This bipartisan legislation offers a common-sense solution. H.R. 1642 requires the Small Business Administration's resource partners to provide small businesses with vital information on how to hire graduates of career and technical education programs. In addition, it ensures that students and graduates of these programs know about the business counseling resources available through SBA resource partners to help them start and grow their own small businesses. Solving the skilled workforce shortage will take an all-hands-on-deck approach, and I'm proud to lead this important step forward. I want to thank Representative Olszewski for joining me in introducing this bipartisan bill, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1642. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to be here today as we consider bills that will strengthen the SBA and work to broaden services available to small businesses. These firms employ roughly half of the private workforce, create 2/3 of all new jobs, and generate almost half of our nation's economic activity. But these aren't just statistics. They are the foundation of our local economies, providing essential services from plumbers and electricians to physicians, and making towns and cities across the country attractive places to live and work. And they don't just work on their own behalf. They create millions of neighborhood jobs and reinvest in their local communities, from funding Little League teams to engaging in philanthropy. Over the past 4 years under the Biden administration, we saw a surge in startups as over 21 million new small businesses were created, the vast majority of which were created by women, including women of color. These acts of hope for the future make our economy stronger and give us reason to celebrate. Unfortunately, the past few months have caused extreme uncertainty in the small business community. And with so many new businesses starting, there is much more we could do on Capitol Hill to support their growth and flourishing. That's why I'm pleased we are here to consider 7 bipartisan bills that aim to strengthen SBA services, restore trust and accountability, and expand resources for disabled entrepreneurs. Turning to our first bill. While college affords opportunity for so many of our students, it isn't the only path to success. For students that are looking for in-demand skills that prepare them directly for the workforce, career and technical education programs can offer viable alternatives. These programs collaborate directly with local private sector businesses and tailor curriculum to the needs of the community. At a time when newly graduated students are seeing higher unemployment rates than the broader labor force, small businesses that rely on certain skills are still unable to find qualified workers. By directing small business development centers and women's business centers to provide educational information to small businesses about career and technical education programs, this bill will go a long way in meeting the labor needs of small businesses and also giving the graduates of CTE programs the tools they need to launch and grow their own successful startups. I want to thank the chairman, Mr. Williams, for his work, Mr. Olszewski, Mr. Bresnahan, and Mr. Tran for their work on this bipartisan bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1642 to bring necessary solutions to all small businesses. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Tran, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1642, the Connecting Small Business with Career and Technical Education Graduates Act. Small businesses can't thrive if they can't access a highly qualified workforce. This legislation will help small business owners connect with graduates of vocational programs and hire employees who can help their business thrive. Talented graduates come out of vocational education programs in my district, like Coastline College in Fountain Valley, and have the skills that small business in Orange County need. This bill will help ensure graduates of career and technical education programs find good paying jobs and that they are already trained for. It is pro-small business, pro-students, pro-workforce, and pro-economic growth. It is a win for everyone. I am proud to co-lead H.R. 1642, and I want to thank my colleagues, Chairman Williams, Congressman Olszewski, and Congressman Bresnahan, for their leadership in championing this important piece of legislation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleagues, Chairman Williams, Mr. Olszewski, Mr. Bresnahan, and Mr. Tran for their bipartisan effort to ensure small businesses have access to the skilled workforce coming out of local career and technical education programs. For years, small businesses have raised concerns about their ability to find workers with the best skills to staff their businesses. By leveraging our small business development centers and women's business centers, we can help connect promising graduates of CTE programs to small businesses in need. Moreover, we can help those graduates start and grow their own businesses. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1642, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman has the right to close. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1642? Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1816, the WASB Accountability Act.
Does the gentleman call the bill as amended?
As amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1816, a bill to establish requirements relating to certification of small business concerns owned and controlled by women for certain purposes and for the purposes.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and exclude extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1816, the WASB Accountability Act, introduced by my good friend Representative McGarvey, Velasquez, and Representative Lalota. H.R. 1816 prohibits agencies from counting self-certified women-owned small business contractors, otherwise known as WASBs, toward an agency's women-owned small business contracting goals. The committee has repeatedly found that programs that allow self-certification are far more susceptible to waste, fraud, and abuse. After years of hard work removing self-certification and other contracting goals, this bill is an opportunity to remove it from one of the 2 remaining statutory defined small business contracting goals. I'm proud of this committee's work to remove self-certification and other programs such as the service-disabled veteran-owned small business contractors. Now it's time to do the same with WASB program to help ensure integrity across SBA programs. While we continue to have conversations on how to better align small business contracting goals with merit-based principles, this bill would reduce the ability of fraudsters to exploit the system that is currently in place. By mitigating the ability to defend government contracts, we help ensure the taxpayer dollars are used as intended and to help create a more level playing field between the WASB program and other small business set-aside programs. I urge all of my colleagues to vote for H.R. 1816, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
In recent years, both SBA and Congress have directed changes to the small business contracting programs to increase accountability and ensure proper use. The Women-Owned Small Business Accountability Act will continue this work by moving the Women-Owned Small Business Program to full SBA certification. This bill is important to ensure that the Women-Owned Small Business Program works as intended and assists the companies as intended, and ultimately levels the playing field for women-owned firms competing for government contracts as intended. The data shows that women are starting and running new small businesses, generating revenue and jobs in their communities, and growing in increasingly diverse industries. But fewer and fewer are signing up to work with the government. And again, many more are leaving. Women-owned small businesses continue to make up a strikingly small share of federal contracts, and the government continues to fail to meet the 5% goal of contracting dollars that Congress set 3 decades ago. Better leveraging the Women-Owned Small Business Program to recruit and retain more small firms strengthens the entire industrial base, promotes competition, and drives innovation. Passing this bill today will do that, and I urge all members to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume. Mr. LaLota from the great state of New York.
Yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'd like to thank the chairman. Mr. Speaker, the fundamental question this bill addresses is, should a federal contract intended for women go to men and fraudsters? Or should a federal contract intended for a women-owned small business actually go to women? Fortunately, even though we Republicans and Democrats disagree on a lot in this chamber, we agree that the contracts meant for women should go to women. Yet right now, under federal law, companies can simply self-certify, check a box claiming to be a women-owned small business, and still count towards the federal government's goals. That means bad actors can game the system, take contracts they don't deserve, and rob real women entrepreneurs of the opportunities meant for them. That's wrong, and that's exactly the kind of Washington loophole I'm working to close. Self-certification invites fraud. In fact, the Small Business Administration's own Inspector General has repeatedly warned about the risks of fraud under self-certification. This was especially apparent with the SBA's COVID-19 lending programs, where fraudulent self-certification led to billions of dollars in losses. That's why I'm proud to support the Women-Owned Small Business Accountability Act, a bipartisan effort that ensures contracts meant for women go to women. This legislation is straightforward, Mr. Speaker. It puts an end to the days of businesses just claiming they're women-owned without having to prove it. Under this bill, only certified and verified women-owned small businesses would count towards the federal government's contracting goals, just like it should be. It's high time we address this issue and empower women in business by ensuring the system works for them, not against them. I want to thank Ranking Member Velasquez, my fellow New Yorker, for partnering with her on this important piece of legislation. It's time we stop allowing fraudsters to steal opportunities meant for legitimate women entrepreneurs. I urge all of my colleagues to support the Women-Owned Small Business Accountability Act, and I yield back.
From Texas is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the gentlelady from the great state of New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Small Business Committee, Ms. Velasquez, for 3 minutes.
The representative from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman for yielding. In 1994, Congress established a goal of awarding 5% of federal contracting dollars to women-owned small businesses. Recognizing the obstacles that female entrepreneurs face when entering and competing in the federal marketplace, Congress identified this goal as an uphill battle. 3 decades later, we can see how much of an understatement that was and how much more work has to be done. Empowering female entrepreneurs has long been a top priority of mine. In 2000, to give women-owned firms a boost and incentivize agencies to bring in more WASB to compete for contracts, I wrote the law and created the WASB program. Today, many women-owned firms are critical partners to federal agencies as a result of that law. Yet, the WASB goal has only been met twice, and women-owned firms are not seeing the contracting opportunities that should accompany their level of participation in the market. We need to again provide a boost to the WASB program and encourage more competition and success for WASP firms. My legislation we are considering today will move more firms through the SBA certification process, so federal agencies have a larger pool of companies that can trigger WASP competitions. It will further protect the integrity of the program. We want to ensure that women-owned firms are who they say they are, because that is who the program is designed to empower. We expect that contracting officers will have more confidence working with WASPs, knowing that SBA has already verified them. I urge all members to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank Mr. Lilloda and Chairman Williams for their work on this bill, and I would like to close by thanking the ranking member, Ms. Velasquez from New York, for her leadership on this bill and her many years of work to create, strengthen, and enhance the women-owned small business program. I am pleased to support this bill and encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1816, as amended? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 787, the Plain Language in Contracting Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 787, a bill to require plain language and the inclusion of keywords in covered notices that are clear, concise, and accessible to small business concerns and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 787, the Plain Language in Contracting Act introduced by Representatives Lilloda, Thanedar, and Tran. The Plain Language in Contracting Act is a vital piece of legislation designed to limit the cumbersome language used in government contract solicitations. This will empower small businesses to have a greater ability to compete for valuable government contracts. The number of small businesses contracting with the government has been shrinking for years, and over the past few years, the Committee on Small Business has heard firsthand that excessive red tape and unclear government speak have made working and contracting with the government more difficult and costly for small businesses. So currently, government contract solicitations are written in an overly complex way that is difficult to navigate unless you're an attorney or a contract specialist. One study found that only 3% of government contracts are written in a way that someone without a college degree could understand. Small businesses often lack the resources to hire an army of attorneys and contract specialists needed to fully understand these contracts, which creates difficulties in submitting successful bids. The wonky nature of this so-called government speak has contributed to the shocking loss of small businesses in government contracting. So H.R. 787 will finally remove this unnecessary barrier facing small businesses by forcing the government to take common sense action and write contract solicitations using simple, plain language. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 787, the Plain Language in Contracting Act, and thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I would like to thank my colleagues, Representative Lilloda and Tran, for their work on this legislation. The complexity of the government's procurement process and requirements can be overwhelming to small businesses, including those seeking a federal contract for the first time. This government speak, words you only find in government contracting documents like requests for proposals or solicitations, compound the complexity and may disincentivize firms from bidding. This bill attempts to add clarity by requiring documents to be written in a plain way, a way that helps firms more easily understand what the government is buying. Small firms should not be put off from working with the government because available opportunities are not communicated clearly. We need more small businesses to bring their talent and innovation into federal agencies, and I am hopeful that this bill will contribute to that effort. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Lalota from the great state of New York.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, America's small businesses shouldn't have to hire a lawyer to apply for and win a simple government contract. Yet that's exactly what Washington's bureaucratic process demands today. That's why I'm honored to champion the Plain Language and Contracting Act, which will reduce the burden on small businesses when trying to secure government contracts. My legislation ensures federal agencies use clear, straightforward language in solicitations, thereby removing barriers, increasing transparency, and giving small businesses a fair shot. Time and again, small business owners tell the government contracting process is so complex, they ultimately walk away. Bidding on a contract is hard enough, but when the language is challenging and understanding it requires an advanced degree, it's easy to see why. A study conducted by the Naval Postgraduate School, which analyzed 1 million DoD contracts, found less than 3% were in plain English, and most were rated difficult or very difficult to read. There's no other way to describe it. It's unacceptable. Furthermore, of the 33 million small businesses operating in America, 74,000, only 0.22%, successfully secure federal contracts. 0.22%. That's just 1 in every 446 contracts. That's all. When small businesses are shut out from opportunities because they're overwhelmed by the language, we don't just lose a bidder. We lose innovation, we lose local job creation, and oftentimes we lose a better price. The government should facilitate small businesses, not be a barrier. Federal agencies should speak in terms that are clear, consistent, and accessible to the American people. The Plain Language and Contracting Act does just that. This bill creates a level playing field and ensures every small business can compete for a government contract without needing a lawyer. I want to thank Chairman Williams and his staff and my colleagues from both sides of the aisle and the entire Small Business Committee for supporting this common sense solution. I urge all members to support the bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Tran, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 787, the Plain Language and Contract Act. Far too often, bureaucratic barriers and complex government jargon prevent small business owners, especially veterans and immigrant entrepreneurs, from accessing and securing federal contracting opportunities. I consistently hear from small business owners in Orange County that the main reasons they do not apply for a federal contract is that the barriers to entry are simply too high. H.R. 787 will address this barrier facing small business owners and mandate federal agencies to use clear and accessible language in their contracting opportunities. I am proud to co-lead this bill, and I want to thank Congressman Lalota from Long Island for working with me to improve the SBA and simplify the federal contracting process. Let's continue to empower local businesses and ensure that every entrepreneur has the opportunity to succeed. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bipartisan bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're just going to put this in really plain words, since that's what the bill does. Small businesses need to be able to understand what is happening in these contracts. Having easy-to-understand language will enable them to apply for these contracts, which enables them to bring their talents and their innovation to bear in our federal government. Over the last decade, small businesses have been leaving at an alarming rate, and nothing we are doing is working to reverse that trend. In fact, the number of small business vendors in the government's ecosystem has nearly been cut in half. So having this bill, a bill that makes it easier for small business owners, people who are already working around the clock to make their business successful for themselves, their communities, and their employees, now have an easier chance of applying for a contract with the federal government. I'm hopeful that when this legislation is implemented, it will contribute to that goal. Again, I thank the bill's sponsors, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 787 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 789, the Transparency and Predictability in Small Business Opportunities Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 789, a bill to require the Administrator of the Small Business Administration to issue rules for canceled covered solicitations, to amend the Small Business Act to provide assistance to small business concerns relating to certain canceled solicitations, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and exclude extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in full support of H.R. 789, the Transparency and Predictability in Small Business Opportunities Act, introduced by Representative Latimer, Alford, and Mafumi. H.R. 789 seeks to bring clarity to small business owners when solicitations for contracts are canceled. Often small businesses devote a considerable amount of time and resources in preparing these proposals for solicitations. Unfortunately, these solicitations are often canceled by agencies with no explanation provided to the businesses that have already submitted proposals. So H.R. 789 will require agencies to share with the SBA information as to why the solicitation was canceled. Moreover, this bill requires agencies to assist small businesses impacted by the canceled solicitation by identifying similar contracts to bid on. Small businesses deserve to have a full understanding of what opportunities are available to them and to know how agencies will fulfill their buying needs. So I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 789. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I would like to thank my colleagues, Representatives Latimer, Alford, and Mfume, for their work on this important legislation. Prior to this administration, government contracts provided small businesses with stability and predictability. The government was considered a reliable partner that could be trusted to keep its word and pay its bills. Yet even before the chaos of the Trump administration, there were times when requirements legitimately changed and something the government intended to buy or do was no longer necessary. In those previously rare instances, the government then canceled the solicitation, and any small business working on a bid unfortunately lost all the time and money they'd invested in the proposal. Last year, a small business owner testified that it cost him an average of $10,000 per proposal, and if that solicitation was later canceled, the government did not have to provide him with any assistance or even any information. This bill will change that. While we cannot make small businesses whole, we can make sure they are given additional information and assistance to help them adjust their operations and plans moving forward, and hopefully to continue their participation in the federal market. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. McGarvey. I want to recognize the colleagues who have joined in leading this bill, Congressman Alford of Missouri, Congressman Mfume of Maryland, and Congresswoman Goodlander of New Hampshire. I appreciate the opportunity to work together and to highlight why this important legislation is needed. Small business owners are often resource constrained. Every day, these individuals play the role of salesman, compliance officer, marketing professional, and more, juggling a variety of business-related activities to support their business. When a small business owner submits a proposal to work with the federal government, they invest considerable time and resources into making their submission the best it can be. They are also forced to navigate a complex and time-consuming contracting process while balancing their other important responsibilities. Last year, the Small Business Committee heard testimony from a small business owner that said that solicitation proposals can cost a small business upwards of $10,000 worth of labor to draft, develop, review, and execute. With that in mind, it can be rightfully frustrating for a small business owner if a federal agency decides to cancel a solicitation without transparency into why that decision has been made. Without insight into how the decision was made, it can feel as though their hard work and considerable investment to submit a proposal was made in vain. If we're serious about bringing more small businesses into federal contracting, we must ensure that business owners have confidence and trust in their federal partners. This bipartisan bill, the Transparency and Predictability in Small Business Opportunities Act, would improve accountability in the federal contracting process for small businesses. The bill would require SBA to issue rules requiring that when an agency cancels a solicitation, they must share a justification for why they are canceling the solicitation and provide information about any plans to reissue it. If an agency does not plan to reissue the solicitation, the bill would create procedures for a small business to receive assistance in identifying similar contracting opportunities. This bill passed the Small Business Committee unanimously in March and passed the House by voice vote last Congress. It is a bipartisan and common sense solution to help our small businesses more successfully navigate the federal contracting process. I urge all my colleagues here to support this important bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume Mr. Alford from the great state of Missouri.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for our friend from Kentucky. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 789, the Transparency and Predictability in Small Business Opportunity Act. You know, small businesses aren't just part of our economy. They are our economy, Mr. Speaker. They are the innovators. They are the job creators. They are the backbone of our communities and the heartbeat of Main Street America. But far too often, as we've seen, they've been overlooked. They've been underserved and, frankly, undermined by the very government they pay taxes to support. Federal agencies are simply not doing enough to open the doors for small businesses to compete. And, Mr. Speaker, this must change. To do that, I'm proud to co-lead this bipartisan bill because supporting our small businesses should never be a Republican nor Democrat issue. It is an American issue, Mr. Speaker. Here's what's happening. When a federal agency determines they have a need for certain products or services, that agency's acquisition personnel will post a solicitation on the federal government's sam.gov website for a contract to fill the requirements. That solicitation lays out what the agency wants to buy, how it evaluates the bids, and when responses are due. And in good faith, small businesses dedicate precious time and money and resources, sometimes thousands of dollars, to just submit these proposals. Too often they are met with silence, confusion, or outright cancellation of the solicitation without any explanation. That's not just inefficient. That's unfair. Agencies right now have broad discretion to cancel or amend solicitations without any transparency whatsoever. A small business can go all in on a contract proposal only to watch it vanish like that with no reason given. That's unacceptable. H.R. 789 brings much-needed transparency and accountability to this process. It requires agencies to disclose why a solicitation was canceled because our small businesses deserve to know. Additionally, our bill requires a federal agency's Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization to help small businesses find additional opportunities if a solicitation on which they made an offer is canceled, so that they can go after those opportunities. Small businesses create most of the new jobs in this country. And in fact, in Missouri's 4th Congressional District and in rural communities across America, they are the lifeline. They are the fabric of our communities. But time and time again, they are squeezed out by overregulation, ignored by the bureaucracy. They are pushed aside in favor of corporations with high-paid consultants and armies of lobbyists. That is wrong. And by passing H.R. 789, we take a concrete step towards restoring fairness in federal contracting and rebuilding the relationship between our government and the small businesses it's supposed to serve. I thank Congressman Latimer and Congressman Mfume for their partnership on this legislation. I also applaud Small Business Committee Chairman Roger Williams for his leadership in putting Main Street America first. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the Transparency and Predictability in Small Business Opportunity Act. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that providing a little more predictability and stability will help reduce the barriers that keep small businesses from bidding on and winning government projects. That's what this bill will do. I would like to thank again Mr. Latimer and Mr. Alford for their work to bring this to the floor today and to increase transparency and accountability for our small business government contractors. I urge my colleagues to support it as well, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 789 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1804, the 7A Loan Agent Oversight Act.
Thank you, sir. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 22, H.R. 1804, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to require a report on 7A agents and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and exclude the extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1804, the 7A Loan Agent Oversight Act, introduced by Representatives Muser and McIver. H.R. 1804 is an important piece of legislation that brings an additional layer of transparency in the fight against fraud in the Small Business Administration's flagship 7A loan program. This bill would require the SBA's oversight of credit risk management and submit annual reports to Congress on the 7A loan program. The reports would include the number and dollar value of fraudulent loans associated with loan agents. The SBA already collects information on annual reporting requirement, would allow for more effective oversight. Similar versions of this bill have passed on the House floor, which bipartisan support in both the 117th and the 118th Congress. I look forward to seeing the Senate take swift action on this bill, which supports President Trump's agenda to root out fraud and abuse. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1804, and thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Distinguished gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1804, the 7A Loan Agent Oversight Act. The 7A loan program is the SBA's largest traditional lending program, providing access to capital for small businesses that cannot find it elsewhere. In fiscal year 2024, SBA approved more than 70,000 loans totaling more than $31 billion. Loan agents are an integral part of the 7A lending program, helping to facilitate access to capital for small businesses by connecting borrowers with SBA lenders or by offering other products. As of 2020, these agents helped facilitate 11% of the loans administered. Unfortunately, some dishonest loan agents can contribute to fraud, casting a stain on the SBA's largest lending program and ultimately hurting borrowers and lenders alike. As SBA increases its reliance on loan agents, it is essential that the agency have proper oversight into their involvement to minimize fraud. This will ensure that competent and honest agents can help screen borrowers, prepare forms, and better reach communities that need the capital most. That's why this bill is so essential. The 7A Loan Agent Transparency Act would require SBA to establish a registration system that collects data on 7A loan agents to better track and evaluate the performance of loans for each individual agent. I want to thank Mr. Muser and Ms. McIver for their bipartisan collaboration on this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Distinguished Chairman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Muser from the great state of Pennsylvania.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank our chairman, Chairman Williams, for his continued leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, along with my colleague, Democrat member, Ms. McIver, H.R. 1804, the 7A Loan Agent Oversight Act, which provides the Small Business Administration with the oversight capabilities to monitor its flagship loan program responsibly. This bipartisan legislation requires the SBA Office of Credit Risk Management to report on fraudulent loans made by a loan agent, as well as the overall default rate on loans issued by those agents. Loan agents are often the middlemen between the SBA, a 7A lender, and a small business. This legislation is necessary due to the increased role of loan agents in facilitating 7A loans to American small businesses. The SBA Inspector General reported that nearly 1 out of every 7 loans involved a loan agent. Unfortunately, the Inspector General also noted that there has been more than $335 million in documented loan agent fraud. This, of course, needs to be corrected and changed, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, my legislation requires the SBA to submit their findings to Congress, which allows us to conduct proper oversight of the 7A loan program, ensuring it remains a successful public-private partnership that helps small businesses thrive. Though Administrator Loeffler is bringing a lot to this office and has reined in the Biden administration's weakening, frankly, of underwriting standards in the 7A program, this bill advances good governance policies that will protect taxpayer dollars and uphold the program's record of success well beyond the next 4 years. I urge the passage of my bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Texas.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. McIver, for 3 minutes.
Gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1804, common sense bipartisanship legislation that I am proud to co-lead with my colleague, Congressman Mr. Muser, to bring better oversight and real accountability to one of the Small Business Administration's most important loan programs, 7A. Look, small business owners aren't asking for easy. They're asking for a fair shake and a real shot. That is what the 7A loan program is supposed to do. Help turn grit and a good idea into a successful business. This program is the reason that someone with a solid plan or a good business, big but without a big investor or family money, can still open up shop. When small business owners step up with a vision, a diner on the corner, a new chapter for the family plumbing business, a pet supply store, it's on the government to make sure the tools we have to support them actually work. But right now, they don't. There hasn't been sufficient oversight of this program, and that means we haven't been doing all that we can to protect small business owners from fraud. Over the last decade, there has been more than $335 million in documented loan agent fraud. That's why this bill matters. It tackles this problem in 2 ways. First, it creates accountability for loan agents by making sure that the people who connect businesses to resources don't operate in the dark. Second, by requiring information on loan performance, default rates, and risk analysts, it gives Congress the data we need to do our jobs, making sure the 7A program works as intended and protecting small business owners. It is on us to make sure that the programs we use to support small businesses actually work and work honestly. Ensuring 7A loans work is important because the program is a lifeline. It is a way to make sure that when people go to apply for a loan, they are walking into a fair process, not a rigged one. Whether it's the mom in Newark who wants to open up a store, or the first-generation American in Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, who wants to bring a taste of home to town. Small businesses create good jobs. They give back. They reinvest, and they show us what is possible in our communities. H.R. 1804, our 7A Loan Agent Oversight Act, is a smart, targeted fix and will help make sure that small business owners' dreams stay attainable. Once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for co-leading this bill with me. I'd like to thank our ranking member and our chairman for their support. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. With that, I yield.
Gentleman from New Jersey, from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves this time. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Gentleman will choose to close. The gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleagues, Mr. Muser and Ms. McIver, for working together in a bipartisan way on behalf of strengthening the SBA's flagship 7A loan program. For too long, a few bad actors have damaged one of the most successful small business capital access programs in the federal government. By giving the SBA the tools and authority it needs, we can root out bad behavior and minimize fraud without punishing loan agents that are acting in good faith on behalf of their clients and helping small businesses access the capital they need to grow. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1804, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields back his time. The gentleman from Texas.
Reserve.
Sir, this is his time has expired.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
The distinguished gentleman from Texas yields back his time. All time is yielded. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1804? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, I didn't hear what he said. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. If I could grab that. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1634, the Think Differently About Disability Employment Act, as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1634, a bill to provide for a memorandum of understanding between the Small Business Administration and the National Council on Disability to increase employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGravy, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in full support of H.R. 1634, the Think Differently About Disability Employment Act, introduced by Representatives Stauber and Simon. I'd like to thank my colleagues for their collaboration on this important legislation, which aims to break down barriers and provide greater opportunities for individuals with disabilities nationwide. Far too many individuals with disabilities continue to face systematic challenges when trying to enter the workforce or start a small business. As Congress, we have a responsibility to recognize their talents and create opportunities that empower them to succeed. The bill takes a simple, practical step toward directing the SBA to work directly with the National Council on Disability, and together they will coordinate efforts to help individuals with disabilities pursue entrepreneurship, secure employment with small business, and overcome accessibility challenges. This will help ensure that individuals with disabilities have access to business counseling through existing SBA programs like the Small Business Development Centers. Importantly, H.R. 1634 is a common sense, no-cost solution that provide individuals with disabilities more opportunities to succeed on Main Street and start their own small business. So I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan effort, and I thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1634, the Think Differently About Disability Employment Act. Although we have made considerable progress on bringing people with disabilities into the workforce, the numbers reveal how far we still have to go. Only 23% of the over 44 million individuals living with a disability are employed. This is not because they lack the skills or the willingness to work, but often because they face persistent structural barriers, such as discrimination, limited flexibility in the workplace, and inadequate transportation options, among others. While small firms employ half the private sector workforce, they may face challenges of their own, such as outdated infrastructure or uncertainty about accommodations. But helping small firms hire people with disabilities can directly benefit their company and in turn boost the overall economy. This bipartisan bill requires the SBA collaborate with the National Council on Disability to help employers hire more people with disabilities and provided much needed support to these entrepreneurs. I want to thank Mr. Stauber, Ms. Simon, Mr. Alford, and Mr. Pappas for their bipartisan collaboration on this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Stauber from the great state of Minnesota.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I want to thank both my Republican and Democrat colleagues for their kind words. They are both spot on, and I couldn't be more proud to stand here and support this bill. I rise today in strong support of my bill, the Think Differently About Disability Employment Act. I want to begin by thanking my colleagues from California, Missouri, New Hampshire, Representative Simon, Alford, and Pappas for their support of this important legislation. As a father to a young man with Down syndrome, I have seen firsthand just how much untapped talent exists within the disability community. Unfortunately, outdated systems and perceptions still keep far too many of these individuals on the sidelines in our economy. That's just unfair, and it's a missed opportunity for American growth and innovation, and depriving our economy of their incredible contributions. The Think Differently About Disability Employment Act takes a critical step forward towards breaking down these barriers. This bill directs the Small Business Administration and the National Council on Disability to collaborate in providing resources and assistance to individuals with disabilities who want to start their own business or find meaningful employment. And it also ensures that small businesses have the guidance they need to hire and support employees with disabilities. Through this bill, we're ensuring that individuals with disabilities can turn their ambitions into reality, whether that means starting a company or securing meaningful work. At the same time, we're helping small businesses tap into a skilled and motivated workforce by offering them the guidance to do so confidently. Individuals with disabilities should not be overlooked. They should be empowered. And I urge my colleagues to support this legislation so that every American, regardless of their ability, has the opportunity
to contribute, succeed, and thrive in this great nation. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves his time. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Simon, for 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Congressman McGarvey. And thank you, Congressmember Mr. Starber. I am so excited to work with you so closely in my time in Congress to advance the opportunities for folks with disabilities in this country. It is just a deep honor for you and I to continue our path for representing Americans with disabilities. As the first congenitally blind person to serve in the United States Congress, I'm honored to rise today in support of this bipartisan bill with Representative Starber, the Think Differently About Disability Employment Act. You know, as a community organizer and leader for over 20 years, I focused on finding jobs and opportunities for low-income folks in the Bay Area in California, and I came to Congress to bring those communities with me, particularly the disability community, a community that I belong to. The disability community is too often left out of policy conversations, and we today are bringing our brothers and sisters and siblings to the table. Right now, the unemployment rate for people with intellectual, physical, developmental disabilities remains alarmingly high in this country, ashamingly at 80%. Yes, 80%. This, we know, is unacceptable. We can close the disability employment gap, not only to advance independence, dignity, freedom for Americans with disabilities, but to drive economic growth. This bill, my bill, our bill, creates an essential partnership between the Small Business Administration and the National Council on Disability to help individuals with disability pursue self-employment, dignity, launch small businesses, and thrive in the workforce. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this bill and build an economy that works for all of us. Mr. Speaker, I am so honored to say we can move this forward today. I would like again to thank Representative Starber for advocating for your son and millions of folks with disabilities in this country to have their just due and to support me in this legislation moving forward. Finally, Chair, I would like to thank Mr. Williams, Ranking Member Velasquez for their efforts in moving this bill forward, and I will yield back. Thank you, sir.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves his time.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for his close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking my colleagues, Mr. Stauber for sharing his story, for advocating on behalf of his son and so many Americans with disabilities, for Ms. Simon for her passion, her work in this area, for Mr. Alford and Mr. Pappas for their bipartisan work on improving entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for people with disabilities. Thank you. Every individual, no matter their disability, deserves a shot at participating in our economy and getting that shot at the American dream. Whether it's getting a job at a local small business or launching their own startup, this bill directs the SBA and the National Council on Disability to collaborate on ways to help individuals with disabilities do just that. By passing this bill, we can start clearing the structural barriers faced by people with disabilities while growing the economy and helping small business owners. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1634, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields back his time. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. All time is yielded. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1634 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1621, the Entrepreneurs with Disabilities Reporting Act of 2025, as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1621, a bill to require the Administrator of the Small Business Administration to submit to Congress a report on the entrepreneurial challenges facing entrepreneurs with a disability and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and exclude extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1621, the Entrepreneurs with Disabilities Reporting Act of 2025, introduced by Representatives McGarvey and Stauber. This legislation requires the SBA to report to Congress on the challenges facing individuals with disabilities and what resources or programs the SBA provides to assist them. The report will also include legislative recommendations to address those challenges. America is the land of opportunity, meaning anyone can and should be able to engage in entrepreneurship regardless of whether they have a disability. This bipartisan legislation will assess the challenges that individuals with disabilities encounter when starting a small business and identify whether and how government policies may exacerbate these challenges. I thank Representatives McGarvey and Stauber for their leadership on this important issue and for introducing this bill, and I urge a yes vote on the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 1621, the Entrepreneurs with Disabilities Reporting Act of 2025. As vice-ranking member of the House Small Business Committee, I'm proud to partner with Congressman Stauber, who's done incredible work in this area, to support Americans with disabilities and help ensure every American has the same opportunity to become a successful entrepreneur. This is, after all, the fundamental promise of the American dream, that any person in this country can work hard, take risks, and hopefully find success. But Americans with disabilities, like other underprivileged groups, see fewer opportunities to make their entrepreneurial dream a reality. There are 44 million people with disabilities in the United States. In my home state of Kentucky, approximately 18% of people have a disability. Yet people with disabilities make up just 6% of our nation's small business owners. We have to change that. Far too often, entrepreneurs with disabilities encounter significant barriers, both physical and intangible, when starting their own business, including having a harder time getting bank loans and startup investments, inadequate support services, and insufficient outreach from federal programs. We know this is just the tip of the iceberg and that more barriers exist. Today, nearly 2 million small businesses are owned by people with disabilities, but there could be so many more. Here's how. By improving the public programs that serve differently abled individuals and implementing policies that make work and entrepreneurship more accessible, accommodations, tackling ableism, the list goes on. And to pull this off, our bill would require SBA to conduct a comprehensive study of the resources that are available to entrepreneurs with disabilities, examine their effectiveness, and determine what actions need to be taken to help support these entrepreneurs. By conducting this report, SBA will have the opportunity to revisit the effectiveness of their programs to ensure our government better serves people with disabilities who want to start their own small business. This bill came together in a way that I think the founders might have envisioned. Last Congress, the Small Business Committee heard from my constituent, Cody Clark, a small business owner, disability rights advocate, and I think the only person who's ever performed a magic trick in front of our committee. He testified on the challenges that entrepreneurs with disabilities face based on his experience as an entrepreneur with autism, and this bill was born from his insight and experience. I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this critical legislation for Cody and for every other American with their own entrepreneurial dream. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Stauber from the great state of Minnesota.
Gentleman, Mr. Stauber is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in favor of the Entrepreneurs with Disabilities Act of 2025. And I'd like to start by thanking my friend and colleague from Kentucky, Representative McGarvey, for introducing this bill and his hard work in getting this bill to this point. Every day, people with disabilities across our great country demonstrate resilience, innovation, and an entrepreneurial spirit. Yet, many roadblocks make entrepreneurship unnecessarily difficult. These individuals, they don't lack talent. They lack access. Access to capital, access to resources, and the support needed to turn their ideas into successful businesses. The Entrepreneurs with Disabilities Act ensures that we take a hard look at the obstacles standing in the way of aspiring entrepreneurs with disabilities. It directs the Small Business Administration to assess whether current programs are effectively serving these individuals and to identify where improvements are needed. If we are serious about fostering economic growth and opportunity, we cannot leave behind the millions of great Americans with disabilities who want to contribute, they want to innovate, and they want to build something of their own. Removing these obstacles isn't just the right thing to do, it's a smart investment in economic growth. Entrepreneurs with disabilities bring creativity and they bring drive. We should be clearing the path and not blocking it. And you know, Mr. Speaker, today's a fly-in day for the House of Representatives. This conversation between Chairman Williams, Mr. McGarvey, and the leadership of Ranking Member Velasquez, it won't get the headlines. Because this doesn't sell, apparently, to the news media. We in this country, as Democrats and Republicans, have more in common than we do different. And today, we're letting the American people know that. Chairman Williams has done a tremendous job in the small business, allowing members to bring ideas and legislation that is bipartisan. And Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your hard work and allowing us to do that. And Ranking Member Velasquez allowing us to do that. Mr. McGarvey for managing the floor today. This is who we are. And Mr. McGarvey, or Mr. Chairman, I'd like to point out, Mr. McGarvey said this is the way the Founding Fathers would want it. I totally agree with that. One of his constituents brought the concern, and it took us a little while to get there, but we got there. Mr. Chair, in a bipartisan fashion, we are working to remove obstacles in the way of the growth for our disability community. Mr. Speaker, I know your background. You were chosen, just like me and millions of other parents, to raise a special child that God gave us. And it's up to us now, as a country, as legislators, not to leave anybody behind. Nobody in our disability community, Mr. Chair, will ever be left behind. And you're seeing that in a bipartisan fashion. Mr. McGarvey, Ranking Member Velasquez, Chairman Williams, thank you for your leadership in allowing us to do this. Because we are helping the most vulnerable in our community. That's exactly what we should be doing. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves his time. The gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues, Chairman Williams, Ranking Member Velasquez, for this incredible work, and as Mr. Stauber said, allowing us to work together in this way. I want to thank Mr. Stauber for his incredible work in this area, for his willingness to advocate for so many Americans, including his own child. That takes tremendous strength and courage. I really want to thank you for working with me specifically on this important bipartisan piece of legislation to ensure that this Congress and the SBA do right by Americans with disabilities. Entrepreneurship is the hallmark of the American dream. It is who we are, a land of opportunity for all. This bill takes a common sense, bipartisan step toward improving government services for entrepreneurs with disabilities. By requiring the SBA to assess current programs and identify challenges and barriers that entrepreneurs with disabilities face, we lay the groundwork for a better, more inclusive society and economy. Small businesses are the backbone of the American economy. And if we can make it easier for more people to start a small business, we will all benefit. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1621, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized for close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
Gentlemen, all time is yielded back. All time has expired. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1621 as amended? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, in accordance with Section 1012A of the Congressional Budget and Empowerment Control Act of 1974, 2 United States Code 683A, I herewith report 22 rescissions of budget authority totaling $9.4 billion. The proposed rescissions affect programs of the Department of State, as well as the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, the United States Agency for International Development, the United States Institute of Peace, and other international assistance programs. The details of these rescissions are set forth in the enclosed letter from the Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Signed sincerely, Donald J. Trump, the White House, May 28, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
Members voted. Any member wish to change? This vote, the yeas are 300. On this vote, the yeas are 396, the nays are 5, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, unfinished business, the vote on the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1804, which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 22, H.R. 1804. A bill to amend the Small Business Act to require a report on 7(a) agents and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill? Members record their vote by electronic device. It's a 5-minute vote. Members voted. Any member wish to change? On this vote, the yeas are 405, the nays are 3, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. Bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider laid upon the table. That was the polite way of saying.
Will be in order. Mr. Speaker, for what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, 2 days ago, a heinous and horrific act of terror took place in the district that I represent, in Boulder, Colorado. As families gathered on the idyllic Pearl Street Mall, a group of my constituents, of Jewish members of our community, took part in a peaceful walk and vigil, as they've done every week for the past 2 years, to call for the release of Israeli hostages in Gaza. As they gathered, they were viciously targeted, ambushed, and attacked by a man who attempted to burn them alive with Molotov cocktails and incendiary devices. We are praying hard for the 12 victims, several of whom I know personally. It shocks the conscience that on the eve of the holiday of Shavuot, our Jewish brothers and sisters were subjected to yet another brutal, horrific, and anti-Semitic act of violence. The scourge of anti-Semitism has metastasized across our country, and we have to do more now to stop this hatred and violence. We continue to stand with the Jewish community today and always, and will be united in supporting the victims and their families in the weeks and the months ahead. I'd now like to yield to my colleague, Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the lives of Sarah Milgram and her partner, Yaron Lachinsky, who were tragically and senselessly killed in an anti-Semitic attack outside the Capitol Jewish Museum here in D.C. Sarah grew up in Prairie Village, Kansas, a community that I have the honor of serving in Congress. She graduated from Shawnee Mission East High School and the University of Kansas. She was a devoted member of Congregation B'nai Yehuda and was dedicated to building understanding and connection between Israel and the United States. Her partner, Yaron, also shared that commitment. And this hateful and targeted violence is not only heartbreaking, it is unacceptable. Anti-Semitism has no place in our country, and yet we are seeing a deeply disturbing rise in acts of hate. To Sarah and Yaron, may your memories be a blessing. To the Jewish community in Kansas, Colorado, and across the nation, please know that we are all standing with you. We mourn with you. We recommit to creating a world where no one fears for their safety because of who they are, and I can tell you that Sarah was committed to that. Mr. Speaker, I would now ask my colleagues to please rise, and take a moment of silence to honor the lives that we've lost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California rise?
The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, be removed as co-sponsors from H.R. 3614, the Fairness, Inclusion, Rehabilitation, and Expungement for Firefighters Act.
Without objection.
Done. Thank you. Can I take the card, though?
Yes.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? The House will be in order.
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Corporal Glenn Hodock of Cambridge Springs, Pennsylvania. Corporal Hodock served as a tail gunner with the 93rd Bombardment Squadron, 19th Bombardment Group during World War II. On March 10, 1945, his B-29 Super Fortress was shot down during a mission to Tokyo. Initially reported missing in action, he was later found to have been captured and tragically perished in the Tokyo prison fire on May 26, 1945. His remains were not identified after the war and were interred as an unknown in the Manila American Cemetery. In 2022, Corporal Hodock and 38 others who died in the prison fire were disinterred and transferred to the Department of Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency. On September 25, 2024, Corporal Hodock was positively identified through dental and anthropological analysis. On May 16th, his remains were finally returned home and laid to rest in Youngsville with full military honors. Mr. Speaker, we continue to mourn those lost in past conflicts and remain forever grateful for their service and sacrifice. My prayers are with Corporal Hodock's family during this solemn time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During Small Business Week here in the House, it is timely to speak about what we need to do to help American businesses increase their revenues, hire more workers, and grow profits that support our economy. The travel industry is an economic powerhouse in the United States, nearly $2.9 trillion annually in economic activity. The U.S. ranks behind Spain and France in global competition for travel, and China, India, and Saudi Arabia are gaining on us. Our market share is 9.1%, but we can generate 127 million new additional visitors over the next decade, $478 billion in additional revenue, which translates into $55 billion in tax revenue and 140,000 new jobs. With upcoming marquee events like the Ryder Cup, the FIFA World Cup, and the Summer Olympics, we need to be investing in systems to make the experience seamless. This includes upgrading airport screening technology, modernizing TSA, full-strength staffing at customs, and extensive marketing efforts. New York City, which I represent in part, is a major worldwide tourist destination. There is still time to build this industry to make us the best in the world. Thank you to the U.S. Travel Association for leading the way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of Chris Lane Gay of Pooler, Georgia. Chris started his career in the grocery industry in Garden City, Piggly Wiggly, playing a key role in developing red and white food stores in Savannah. He owned Midtown Market on 37th Street, Claxton Supermarket, and Food Fresh in Claxton, Georgia. Beyond his profession, Chris was a dedicated member of the Claxton community, serving on the Claxton-Evans County Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors for over 25 years. He played an instrumental role in forming the Chamber Junior Board, served on the Claxton Downtown Development Authority, the Georgia Food Industry Association, and was a past member of the Claxton Rotary. It is clear that Chris would go above and beyond for the community he cared so deeply about. He was the kind of supporter and cheerleader everyone would be lucky to have. Chris, a talented storyteller and comedian, made connections wherever he went, creating valuable memories for his friends and his loved ones. Please join me in prayers for his family and all privileged enough to know him and love him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise today because I got this message from an Oregonian named Donna. She says, please fight to protect federal employee retirement benefits. They should not be slashed. Federal employees are currently putting up with so much to keep this country running. Immediately reducing our pay and benefits on top of everything else is a kick in the teeth. It's also a bait and switch. It should not be legal. I was promised certain benefits when I started, and they should not be taken away from me when I am less than 2 years from retirement. Who's going to run the government, she asks. You know, provide services that keep the planes in the sky, the power flowing, the food safe, and warn of pending major life-threatening events. Events like hurricanes and infectious diseases. Who will want to work for the American people after this latest attack? She says, stop abusing us. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I challenge you to explain these cuts to Donna. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Harry Truman proposed in 1950 the Savannah River site for the development of nuclear weapons in support of American defense. Succeeding in the goal of peace through strength with victory over communism, the end of the Cold War resulted in a drawdown of nuclear weapon processing, shifting the focus to missions and environmental cleanup. 75 years later, South Carolina recognizes the positive impact the Savannah River site has for American national security and families, creating jobs. I am grateful the Savannah River site is ensuring national security and communities are safe. Happy 75th anniversary. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting and mocking Trump with record drone attacks, murdering civilians as the Putin incompetent Air Force is destroyed by talented Ukrainians. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's hard not to feel like this administration is trying to kill us. The Republican budget slashes billions of dollars from Medicaid and from food assistance programs. Millions will lose their health insurance and will be hungrier and sicker. But it gets worse. In his 2026 budget, Trump has called for a 40% cut to the National Institutes of Health. He wants a 44% cut to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and he's urging Republicans to cut billions of dollars from the National Cancer Institute. For over 50 years, every major medical breakthrough that has happened in the treatment of cancer has been linked to our federal investments. Americans are not demanding that we cut money to fund cancer research. I promise you that. They are not calling for these cuts. Of course, as the irrepressibly cheerful Joni Ernst reminded Americans last week, well, that's okay, we're all going to die. I just don't think Americans thought the Trump administration would be actively trying to speed up our deaths. But here we are. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Bill Layton, a devoted father, a sharp political mind, and a respected leader in New Jersey Republican politics. Having served as a strategist before coming to Congress, I understand firsthand how demanding, yet rewarding, the work was that Bill dedicated his life to. He wasn't just effective, he was principled. He believed in earning trust, building coalitions, and doing the hard work behind the scenes that helps good people win and serve their communities well. He shaped a generation of leaders in South Jersey, and he did it with the steadiness and clarity that many of us, as politicians, aspire to. Furthermore, I'm proud to have his son Will now serving in my office as part of my legislative team. Will carries his father's same intellect and quiet strength. It's a reminder daily of the example Bill set, not just in politics, but in being a true mentor for anyone who actually is paying attention. To the Layton family, Bill's legacy lives on in the work being done today in New Jersey, in this chamber, and beyond. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to thank my colleague, Chairman Williams, for his leadership on a bipartisan bill that we passed out earlier today to ensure that small businesses have access to information about career and technical education programs, and that helps them, more importantly, hire both accomplished and competent CTE graduates. I'm proud to co-lead this effort as someone who prioritized workforce development as well as career and technical education in my prior roles. As Baltimore County Executive, I helped implement a $3.3 billion school improvement plan with a strong emphasis on CTE. I created the Public Health Pathways program connecting residents with high-demand nursing jobs. And as a state legislator, I helped create the Maryland Employment Advancement Now program, addressing the needs of workers by creating formal career pathways to good jobs. These efforts work. Countless Americans are hungry for employment, seeking opportunities to improve their livelihood by pursuing their passions. This bill is just one of the many steps we need to take to build a strong pipeline of skilled workers in high-need industries. CTE graduates have the skills and the dedication that Maryland and American small businesses need. I thank my colleagues for supporting this common sense bill, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
What do you call it when the world's wealthiest man, leading some of the most innovative companies in history, offers his unmatched genius to save American taxpayers billions? You call it a blessing, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to urge my colleagues to not let this opportunity slip through our fingers. For 5 months, Elon Musk and the Doge team have toiled relentlessly, far outpacing this Congress, to deliver bold results for the hardworking Americans back home. They have crushed Social Security fraud, exposed wasteful government agencies, and stopped USAID's disturbing pet projects. But these efforts are meaningless if we as Congress fail to codify these reforms into law. No excuses, no delays. We must vote on the Doge cuts this week. Republicans have abundantly praised Doge efforts. Americans are expecting it. But now is the time to stop talking and start acting. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my profound opposition to the callous cuts to Medicaid included in the House Majority Reconciliation legislation. Throughout my career, I have worked to support all individuals when they need emergency assistance or encounter a setback in the economy. I have seen a tangible value of the Medicaid program in Northwest Indiana and how it predominantly assists seniors, individuals with disabilities, and children. It is deeply regrettable that this misguided legislation will not only strip away these health care benefits, but it also increases private health care costs and reduces services for everyone. Take Jake, a high school student who uses a wheelchair. He relies on Medicaid waiver for school support and depends on our health care system to move, thrive, and survive. Cutting his Medicaid isn't just wrong, it's cruel. This legislation amounts to the largest transfer of wealth from the pockets of the most vulnerable and the working families to the richest among us. I urge my Senate colleagues to reject this harmful legislation.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to adjourn the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a distinguished Brevard County resident, Army veteran Lindsey Gray. Enlisting in 2006, Ms. Gray served over a decade as a radiologist technologist. After training at Fort Sam Houston and Fort Leonard Wood, she was stationed at Walter Reed, where she led the mammography department and selected as a cadre for the medical badge course. She later deployed to Afghanistan, where she trained over 200 coalition troops and American troops in combat lifesaver skills. Lindsey medically retired in 2017 after service-connected injuries, but today Lindsey is pursuing her PhD and continues to serve fellow veterans in our community. Mr. Speaker, I salute Lindsey Gray for her outstanding service and her lasting contribution to Floridians and all Americans. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for up to 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate BAPS Charities and the BAPS Temple in Chantilly for hosting its annual walkathon at One Loudoun in Ashburn this past week. The walk, which I was proud to join, was a huge success and raised money for Mobile Hope, which serves at-risk youth in Loudoun County. BPS Charities is a global charity active across the country and in 9 countries, and its efforts are volunteer-led. And BPS Charities aims to express a spirit of selfless service through 5 key areas: health awareness, educational services, humanitarian relief, environmental protection, and preservation and community empowerment. And events and walks like the one this past week happen all over the country and make a huge difference. So congratulations to BPS Charities on a great event and all its great work. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about the unspeakable tragedy that happened in Boulder, Colorado, in my home state of Colorado. The person who perpetrated that crime obtained a visa in August of 2022. Their visa expired in February of 2023, and my home state of Colorado issued them a driver's license in July of 2024. Mr. Speaker, Colorado lawmakers and our governor gave him a sanctuary pass. This tragedy could have been avoided. He also was blocked from buying a gun in 2024, and the Biden FBI and the Polis Colorado Bureau of Investigation were on notice and didn't do anything. Let's pray for the victims and for our Jewish community, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the free people of South Korea for their commitment to democracy following today's election of Lee Jae-myung. Like us, people of South Korea have witnessed the mortal danger to democracy posed by lies, by corruption, by illegal actions directed by those at the very top. But the Korean people responded with courage and defended their democracy through peaceful civil disobedience, through lawful impeachment, and now through a free and fair election. They have shown strength, unity, and a dedication to the rule of law in a way that the rest of the world could do well to emulate. So, to the citizens of South Korea, the people of the free world salute you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the inspiring career of Eddie Haynes, who recently retired from Putnam County, Tennessee Emergency Medical Services. For 37 years, he faithfully served his community as an advanced emergency medical technician. Over the years, he endured long shifts and countless challenges, but never lost sight of the mission: helping people when they needed it most. Those who worked alongside Eddie described him as dedicated, a professional, and committed to the health and safety of others. According to his coworkers, Eddie not only helped save lives, he shaped them by mentoring young EMTs. They noted his calm demeanor under pressure instilled confidence in his team, and his intense sense of duty set a high standard for all who worked with him. Eddie, your legacy of commitment to service in Putnam County will long endure. Congratulations, and I hope you enjoy this well-deserved time off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and memory of Hope Macris, a pioneering businesswoman and community leader from Laconia, New Hampshire. The matriarch of the Naswa Resort, Hope helped run one of the Lakes region's most iconic establishments for more than 80 years as it grew from a few cabins to one of the region's major destinations. Countless visitors experienced her hospitality and generosity firsthand over the years, and they likely tried some of her signature baked goods too. Along with her late husband, Peter, Hope made her mark on the community by supporting veterans, helping the fire department acquire new equipment, and being a leader in New Hampshire's tourist economy. New Hampshire owes Hope and the entire Macris family a debt of gratitude for the ways they have bettered our communities, particularly in the Lakes region. Hope leaves a profound legacy after a century of life and hard work, and I know that others will continue to be inspired by her dedication and compassion to all those around her. May her memory be eternal. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it keeps on happening. Girls and women's sports are under threat. In my home state, California, just the last few days, a male won in a division in the state track championships for CIF. A male athlete competing in the girls' divisions took top finishes, taking opportunities away from the girls in sports and women's sports. Only afterward, in this case, did CIF revise the results and hand out medals to the girls who were pushed off the podium, which really tells you all you need to know. Now the Department of Justice is stepping in. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon has given more than 1,600 California schools a deadline. Reject this bylaw that allows athletes to compete based on their idea of gender identity rather than their biological sex, or they will face legal consequences. There is indeed a physiological difference between the two, and you see the disadvantage back in the Olympics, in the boxing, on volleyball, and so many aspects of sports that girls who train hard have had the dream of getting to Olympics or playing in college taken away because of these crazy policies. We need to stop this and have that ruling take place to reverse that trend. Equal protection clause is what we need. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as representative of the Ohio region that produces the most eggs in our nation, I rise to say Happy National Egg Day. Easter eggs, chocolate eggs, egg yolks, egg whites, egg souffle, meringue pie, egg salad, and so much more. Egg prices still cost 25% more at the grocery store. The answer is don't ignore the devastating impact of bird flu decimating flocks across our district and nation. Meanwhile, the big egg conglomerates like Cal-Maine are posting record profits, tripling them, while millions of Americans struggle to afford basic staples. Can't they pack 6 eggs per pack to help buyers afford some eggs rather than no eggs at all? Our district is home to millions of egg-laying hens and countless family-run poultry operations. Ohio families and farmers deserve better than price gouging and political spin. If we want to protect our food supply and keep our family farms alive, we must accelerate development of a safe and effective vaccine and flu remedy, as well as coop control sanitary protocols. Farmers can't afford to have their flocks wiped out time and again. On this National Egg Day, I stand with the people who make our breakfast, not the ones making excuses and delaying scientific progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise for the 14th time to demand restoration of funding for global food aid for malnourished children. It has been 1 month since I began speaking on this floor every legislative day, and 4 months since this aid was frozen when the Trump administration began. Since then, hundreds of thousands of children around the world have not been able to get the life-saving food aid that they need because the funding has been cut off. During a normal year, Adesia Nutrition in North Kingstown, Rhode Island, produces enough of this nutritional paste to save the lives of 400,000 children in a single month. But those production lines have slowed to a near halt. Warehouses are full of this product when they should be getting shipped to the children who need it. We have heard enough excuses
from the administration. They keep saying that they intend to restore emergency food aid, but they have yet to actually do so. They need to act, and instead of just giving us hollow words, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the legacy of Sharp James, the former mayor of Newark, the largest city in New Jersey and my hometown. Through his life of leadership, Mayor James transformed Newark's skyline and spirit. He was a proud son of the city, bold, unflinching, and committed to its renaissance. From his time as a state senator to his tenure as mayor, he never stopped fighting for Newark's future. Sharp believed in Newark when few others did, and he worked every day to lift it higher. Today, I ask this body to recognize not just his accomplishments, but his enduring impact and mind for service. His story is part of Newark's DNA, woven into its past, present, and future. Thank you. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Good evening. I ask for 1 minute to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Elon Musk has left the building, but unfortunately, his legacy of chaos and corruption lives on. And the zombie of Doge lurches on here in the House with the delivery of a $9.4 billion rescission package to make those cuts permanent. An FY 2026 budget delivered in front of the Appropriations Committee to eviscerate federal programs. And yes, the disgusting abomination of reconciliation that is in front of the Senate right now. And though Elon Musk has exited the building, a new villain has entered the chat with OMB. But let's evaluate the legacy that leaves behind thousands fired, agencies dismantled, shattered lives, starving children, and over 200 lawsuits, and a grift for the ages as Musk stole your data, primed the pump for billions in contracts, and set our agencies on a path for privatization. But let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, no one is above the law. Not Elon Musk, not the OMB director, not Donald Trump, not the grifter in chief, and we will hold them accountable. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Give me a couple seconds here as I sort of semi-organize this mess. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to try to just do a couple very simple things here. I want to walk through that I actually believe there's actual solutions. The problem is they're hard. And it's one of those occasions where I think we play this game, we talk around each other because we talk our book. We talk what gets us elected. We talk what raises us money. We talk what enrages our base so they're more politically involved. The fact of the matter is a substantial amount of that is just a bold-faced lie. And for anyone that's really interested just in sort of the academics of what goes on here, I talked about this a couple weeks ago. If you have your search engine, look up AI review of congressional speeches. There's an academic group, so this isn't like Nature, so it's a peer-reviewed article, going back 140 years of congressional speeches, and basically says the use of facts has absolutely crashed. If you actually read it, it's crashed. We now talk about our feelings and intuition because that's how we manipulate people. And look, it's in Nature publication right now. Go pull up the academic article. And that's what goes on behind these microphones day after day after day. is we have people that tell stories. We tell about our feelings. But we don't seem to actually bother doing something called math. And the family slogan is, the math will always eventually win. So I'm going to do this a couple times here. You know, we're in the middle of the reconciliation, budgets, battles, the propaganda, the things that get said that are true or not true. My argument for everyone here is there's a way to pay for lots of this. It still doesn't save us. As a country, we borrow about $6 billion a day right now. Next year, we're going to borrow about $7 billion. I'm going to show you some charts. In 9 budget years, we're borrowing about $10 billion a day. And the vast majority of that is demographics. Turns out it's not Republican, it's not Democrat. And one of the great lies here, and I've done entire presentations here, I took like a whole hour a while back, where I did every tax hike that the left has proposed in the scores and its economic factors. And actually, we did a bunch of the cuts in spending and those things, Republicans. All those tax hikes came out to about 1.5% of GDP. Excuse me, these tax hikes came out to about 1.5% of GDP. Our cuts came out to about 1% of GDP. Big 2.5%. Looks like we're going to borrow 7.3% of the economy this year, and in 9 budget years, Moody's says, I'm going to show this board a couple times, we'll be borrowing 9% of GDP. Now, I'm sorry, most people, you know, David, we don't know what GDP, what do you mean by that? Just understand the scale is so often the solutions are meant to hit you with a dopamine hit. They're meant to manipulate you. And when I say you, I mean the voting public, often our staff trying to even manipulate each other. But we have spreadsheet after spreadsheet after spreadsheet around us talking about what's going on. So my point I'm going to come back to, Mr. Speaker, I've introduced legislation to fix what MedPAC has talked about now for years. Back when the Democrats controlled all this place, now that the Republicans control this, but we're all too scared to actually read something. It's in a big binder that actually has math in it that would be hard and difficult because, let's be honest, it's really hard putting a couple hundred pages of facts and details in a tweet. But the fact of the matter, MedPAC and the Wall Street Journal series and the ProPublica series have gone over Medicare Advantage. And if any of you have your phone and you like tracking, stories, put in Medicare Advantage fraud. Right now, you'll see at least 5 major articles from the Wall Street Journal, ProPublica, and some of the others. In some of those articles, if you actually add up, it's $100+ billion a year in fraud. So we've introduced a piece of legislation. The preliminary number is around $1.7 trillion to $1.840 trillion. Excuse me, trillion dollars. Sorry, what am I? $1.840 trillion, making it the single biggest reduction bill, I believe, in modern history. Actually, in history at all. Okay, so I just got you 1.8. We've also introduced a talent-based immigration bill. Well, if you want to hit the GDP growth numbers that we keep talking about, the left has even talked about, the president's talked about, you can't do it without a talent-based immigration system. It's just read the literature. As even the president has said, it's insane. We educate people and then we send them home to compete with us. Are we out of our minds? Do a talent-based immigration, keep people. And I'm going to show you another chart in a moment that's saying, look, we have to deal with a reality. If the primary driver of debt in America is demographics, it's functionally Medicare, in a few years, Social Security when the trust fund's gone, and interest. If you go back 20 years ago, the number of 18-year-olds we had then compared to the number of 18-year-olds today, it's almost identical. The number of our brothers and sisters who are 65 and up has almost doubled. in that 20 years? Are we allowed to tell the truth about our brothers and sisters that, those of us who are baby boomers with gray hair, they have changed the math in our country. When I was a kid in the 70s, for every dollar that was spent on people 65 and up, there were $7 spent on young people. Today, that's reversed. Today, we spend $1 on young people and $7 on those over 65. It's the deal. It's part of our societal commitment. Fine, keep our promises. But the way you keep your promises is you know your math, because at some point you got to finance it. And then the third bill, so Medicare Advantage, Part C, deal with the waste and fraud and issue from the insurance companies managing it. Make it so the incentive is to help our brothers and sisters be healthier, instead of making billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars scoring people as sicker. Just read the articles. And turns out, I think this bill, the Democrats would like, the Republicans would like, and people that do math will really like. The talent-based immigration, great for long-run economic growth. It actually fulfills even things the president talked about in the campaign trail. And the third one is functionally our bill that I've done for years and years around here. It's called the Forgotten Funds Bill. Now, in some ways, I've got to be honest, this isn't new money. It's cash we have borrowed and we've given to agencies, but they haven't either been authorized or they haven't spent it. Mr. Speaker, off the top of your head, will you raise your eyebrows a little bit? We call this SF 133. So it's money, it's been appropriated, it's sitting in their account, so it's cash. We're paying interest on it because that money was borrowed. We estimate that it's over $1.5 trillion, $1.5 trillion. If you grab that cash and realize you don't have to pay interest on it anymore, talent-based, MA reform, you just paid for our reconciliation bill and put some more money in the bank. And my point is just, if we would actually think about policy, the modernization, doing things better, faster, cheaper. So next week we're going to do I think one of our Democrat colleagues a couple moments ago was attacking some of the, we'll call it the Doge cuts. Okay. Look, last year, for every dollar we took in tax receipts, we spent $1.39. And then I go home and people say, David, I need you to balance the budget. Great. Tell me what 40+%, because you got to deal with the economic effects of government you want us to cut. And now the fact with just the movements in interest rates this year, it's approaching a couple $1 trillion additional interest over the next 10 years. And look, no one needs another speech from me doing interest rate fragility, but the fact of the matter is the bond market is on the cusp of running this country. Except that's really hard to explain to our voters, and if you're a Democrat, you don't want to explain that because you want to keep handing things out and doing the lie of, we're going to tax rich people. Then you show the chart that's saying, hey, okay, it just takes care of weeks of borrowing, and that's it for an entire year. And then those of us who run around saying, we're going to just cut waste and fraud. Got to cut waste and fraud. And I'm going to show you some charts. But we need to redefine, redesign, modernize, use technology on how we deliver services. So, all right, let's actually walk through a couple things. So, what's the real reason we're doing the reconciliation budget? It comes down to one thing, at least for me. Our taxes are all going up next year. In my district, it's over a couple $1,000s for an average family. A couple $1,000s. And in some of my zip codes, look, I represent a fairly prosperous district. I represent Scottsdale and Phoenix. It's over $3,000. But for my average, it's $2,062 tax increase next year. Okay. So I've been really happy to hear how many of my brothers and sisters on the other side have gotten behind the microphone and talked about how they don't want? You know, small businesses in my district will be hit with a 43% tax hike. And that's the law. That's already coming. And so they're going to give us ideas of how we keep this from happening. Now, the problem here, if you think like an economist, is this is sort of maintaining today's policy instead of what's in the law where everyone's taxes go up. Great. It maintains consumption, but you don't get the same type of economic pop of doing things that create investments in productivity and those things. But this is your reason that we have to battle through this. And the absurdity, the absolute absurdity I get from some of our brothers and sisters out there, you can't cut, this is just heresy, it's brutal. We're baseline going to spend $68 trillion over the next 10 years, $68 trillion. Well, we're talking about reducing, and we're not going to, looks like we're not going to hit the number, which will enrage me. It's $2 trillion. So you see the stack of coins there? That's $68 trillion over the next 10 years. That was baseline spending. All we're talking about cutting is functionally 2.2, 2.3% of it. And think of the rage. Think of the theater. Think of the protests. Think of the nasty text messages. You do realize just a couple ticks in interest. I think if I can almost do the speed math in my head. If I had 70, 75 basis points, it's more than all those cuts. If we went back to the interest rates we had in the early 2000s, I think that would add another $3-4 trillion over 10 years of just interest. It's the theater around here is about telling stories. It's emoting emotions. But damn it, does anyone own a calculator? And here's, so what was it, 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, Moody's downgraded the United States. And part of the point, because I know we all read it because it was such a big deal, you subscribed to Moody's, you downloaded the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for letting me have a Bloomberg terminal. I chair the Joint Economic Committee, so we bathe in the math. Think of this. In 9 budget years, we're spending 9% of the entire economy is borrowed. And that's based on our baseline. See, said that twice. In 9 years, the borrow will be $3.8 trillion. And Mr. Speaker, most of that growth is interest and health care. So I'm sure we're all around here trying to revolutionize the cost of health care by curing people, by using technology, doing it better, faster, cheaper, helping our brothers and sisters live healthier instead of misery with their chronic conditions. But so often the debates behind these microphones are about, we need to spend more money to help you maintain your misery instead of curing it. The complete lack of vision. The complete lack of vision around here of the morality. When you realize, a couple of the great studies from a few years ago is number one contributor to income inequality in America wasn't education. It was health care. It was the health of the populations. What happens when your brothers and sisters have diabetes, when they're crashing repeatedly? Turns out if 33% of all American healthcare is just diabetes, if 47% of all American healthcare is obesity, why wouldn't we take those on? Yeah, it means doing some very difficult things. It means having a brutal discussion about agricultural policy, nutrition support, how we're going to deliver healthcare through our clinics and other things. But it's really great economics and the morality of having people live longer, be healthier, be able to have families, family formation. We're going to show a couple numbers here. If you have 7 million prime-age males missing from the economy, and one of the data sets says it's not drugs, it's actually obesity and other things. What do we do incentive-wise to help our brothers and sisters, particularly those prime-age males, get back into the economy, participate in society? A day, we're going to be borrowing $10 billion a day. doesn't that, I mean, why doesn't this just set people up saying, okay, I don't want to raise my brothers and sisters' taxes. We need to do some things to get the economy continue growing, get investment back in productivity. That's why you do expensing, research and development expensing, other things of that nature, because you need the investments in productivity, because we've got to raise wages. Okay, now we're going to do a little economic geekdom. Remember, after the previous few years where you had high inflation, most of America is poorer today than they were 4 years ago. And that's basically inflation. Your dollars, your salary became worth less. In my district today, if you don't make about 27+% more than you did 4 or 5 years ago, you are poor today. You're not magically going to make the cost of everything in your life go down, particularly in an environment where interest rates are going to be higher because we're borrowing so damn much money. And it's not just us. The Japanese are back in the debt markets. Germany's back in the debt markets. The world is binging on debt. If you think interest rates are going to come crashing back down, you're delusional. The world has only so much savings. So what do we do, Mr. Speaker? Well, you do things that you invest to create productivity, the incentives within the tax code, regulatory code, to invest in things so you can raise wages. Remember, after 2017, one of the data sets we had is, I think it was 68% of all the corporate tax cuts that enraged the left went to workers' wages. Turns out the way you make our brothers and sisters whole from the years of inflation is you gotta get the growth, you gotta get productivity stepped up. And this chart, and please understand, this one upsets both Republicans and Democrats. I've had even people in my own party saying, David, you gotta stop telling people the truth. Even just a little beyond baseline, that if we had no legislation at all, what took us 240 years, we're almost going to double in the next 10. Think of that. The day we were all reelected or elected, last November, public sold debt. So this is debt that's auctioned off. You know, the Japanese own some, the Chinese own some, but we own most of it. Was around 28 trillion. We will almost double that in the next 10 years. Got to deal with the reality. But if you're going to rage at me because I said the bond market's going to be running your country soon, don't rage at me. Crack open an article about bonds and the stress and bond vigilantes and term premiums and what all these things mean and what happens when just clicks of interest rate consume every available dollar that you and I might want to invest in medical research or the left wants to do whatever the hell they want to do with, and it's going to be consumed by paying interest. Demographics, which is the primary driver of our debt, is not Democrat or Republican. It's just who we are. We have a shortage of young people. And there's lots of us who are baby boomers. And we're going to continue to lie our backsides off. But if you keep looking at the charts and just understand the 65 population has nearly doubled in 20 years. By the number of 18-year-olds is basically the same. You would think these would be the types of data that we could all get together and say, all right, that's math. It's what we are. It's indisputable. It's math. It's Census Bureau. It's from census data from the Biden administration. So, you know, as a Republican using it, is it partisan? It's just math. How do we keep our promises? As a society, as a country, as a population that used to at least make an attempt to be moral, how do we keep our promises? In, 7 years now, the Social Security Trust Fund is emptied. Basically meaning if the Social Security follows the law, there's going to be, my math a couple of weeks ago was 21% cut in Social Security checks across America. So 2033, it's gone. 2034, first year with the 21% cut, meaning we double senior poverty in America. We're going to double senior poverty in America. How many members have you seen come behind these microphones and talk about the morality of, hey guys, 7 years from now, let's double senior poverty. And then let's do everything we can to talk about it. And oh, by the way, the solution you get all the time, well, just raise the cap. Okay, raise the cap. You do realize just eliminating the cap on Social Security at that time only covers 38% of the shortfall. And the first full year, our math last year we did was $609 or $608 billion. So almost 2/3 of what the entire defense budget is. That's 7 years. We should have been working on this 15, 20 years ago, but the fact that an idiot like me gets behind the microphone and even uses the word, it will be an attack ad next week. Because God forbid, this place cares more about winning the next election than doing what's right, doing what's moral, owning a calculator. It's just, this place is absolutely perverse. And here's another thing, let me enrage my brothers and sisters, because so much of what we're having to deal with in this reconciliation budget, look, I hope the scorekeepers are wrong. I hope the joint tax economists are wrong. I hope the PhDs over at CBO are wrong. But because much of it is extending current tax policy, what we get today, instead of what's in the law, where just individual taxes go up, what, $3.1 trillion over the next 10 years, and add in then the pass-throughs to small businesses and those things, add in another, several $100 billion. That's the law, it's coming. But just extending that, you don't get a huge pop in growth, but you do maintain consumption. Where you get the growth is some of the other things, the expensing, the research and development, those types of things. A couple of the tweaks we're trying to do in also the incentives to invest. But I wish our brothers and sisters would actually, if you're going to say we're magically going to grow at these sorts of rates, give me a reference, give me a credible economist, maybe a guy, a gal, someone with a PhD in actual economics, because I chair the Joint Economic Committee. I have a handful of PhDs, and this is the numbers they come up with. So, back to solutions. We've introduced a bill. Our first number was $1.76 trillion in savings, just reorganizing, redesigning the incentives within Medicare Part A. Excuse me, Medicare Part C. Medicare Part C. Oh, Medicare Advantage, as everyone knows it. Where you're incentivized to keep your brothers and sisters who are on the program, you make money by helping them be healthier instead of scoring them as sicker. Our preliminary number from CBO wasn't $1.706 trillion over 10 years. It turns out they gave us a 1.84 as a preliminary guess. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks we'll get an official score. Is this Republican or Democrat? It's just fixing the waste and the fraud and the misalignment in the program. And look, I fully expect within minutes I'll have attack ads in my home district beating the crap out of me. And I'm in a 50-50 district. Maybe it's occasion a few more of our brothers and sisters here take a risk, particularly those of you in overwhelmingly partisan districts. You can afford to tell the truth. Try it. If an idiot like me in a 50-50 district will get up and tell the truth about the math, why will no one else hear? And you do the charts, and these charts aren't magic and secret. They've been in the MedPAC report for most of the last decade. If someone would just bother to open it up and crack the binder and read it. But you can see the savings and the alignment, and one of the model comes back, seniors on Medicare Advantage will be healthier because the incentive is to keep them healthier. Now, we have to do some designs We have to say, okay, you should be within one plan for maybe 3 years, so there's an investment in helping you be healthier. There's things we did in there to make it work. And the bill's been introduced. And yet, if you look at the total spend over the next 10 years, still $14.67 trillion is the baseline spending over the next 10 years. We're just trying to deal with what article after article after article has basically said, hey, this is fraud. And if anyone else has their phone in your hand and you want to look up something, look up the number of criminal cases that are open right now. The Wall Street Journal and the Justice Department, I guess, has been leaking. It's no longer civil suits, it's criminal suits saying people are going to go to jail. Is there ever been a moment where particularly the left and the right could get together and say, hey, we need to fix the incentives in this program. Also, it's great economics, good health care, and it's great vision for the future. Oh, no, David, you see, we care too much more about winning the next election and beating the crap out of the other side. And then you hear some of the brilliant things that are said about Medicaid. Now, I need to disclose, it's been many, many years. As a child, I spent 2 terms in the state legislature, was never going to run for office again. And because I was so tall and smart and good looking, I got to chair, well, had nothing to do with the fact that I was the vice chair and my chairwoman actually had a brain aneurysm, and also they had just indicted 10% of my state legislature. Remember, the fastest way, Mr. Speaker, to move up in an organization is to have 10% of the people go to jail. And so I'm a 28-year-old kid in my state legislature, and I'm chairing the health committee. And Arizona does something very unique in our Medicaid system. We were the last state to enter Medicaid. We didn't enter it until the mid-'80s. I actually was a part-time page during the negotiations. But in Arizona, we do something odd. We buy managed care policies. So we functionally buy managed HMO policies for, the technical term is our indigent population. We actually do it really well. We were the first ones to do a pharmaceutical benefit management, and those sorts of things. It is an interesting intellectual argument, and I wish we could actually have a little more highbrow discussion here. Should a state like Arizona be rewarded for how efficiently we deliver and the quality our services are compared to so many other states which are just ripped with fraud? Because you start to see cumulative improper Medicaid. This is not Medicare, this is Medicaid. This is supposed to be health care for indigents. That's the law. Payments since 2019, over $400 billion. And if you actually look at the literature, people that have analyzed it, so here's a Paragon study written by a PhD, basically says that, hey, the Medicare or Medicaid reported functionally $500 billion over 10 years, but their analysis, when you do all of it, is $1.1 trillion in missed payment, improper payments. So think about that. If you just fix this, if you just fix this one issue, that covers everything that's being discussed right now in trying to reform Medicaid. But this would require work and also reading a hell of a lot of accounting documents. And look, I'm going to run through these boards really quickly because I'm already gone, Mr. Speaker, longer than I want. People forget we actually had a time slot here where functionally we actually sort of stopped some of the measurements and some of the enrollment criteria. But if you look at overall rate of improper Medicaid payments, if you have a multi-trillion-dollar system and it's 5%, turns out that it pretty much pays for what ENC did a couple weeks ago. Are just we willing to invest in the technology to go fix it? And look, remember I was just telling you in a previous life, I actually helped. I was not there during expansion, but I was county treasurer years later where I did manage some of the DisPro share monies. So that's sort of the geeky talk. But this is a chart from the Wall Street Journal. And they just happened to pick out my state. I love Arizona. It truly is Look, if you get to represent Phoenix and Scottsdale, you're one of the most blessed human beings in life. But the point that the Wall Street Journal was trying to make in putting up this chart is in Arizona, we put $363 million back in the general fund. Because the way they do their provider tax, they're actually making money from the federal government, except this fine, august body, we borrow the money. We're borrowing money. A state is doing a provider tax. It covers their match, and then they're sticking money in their general fund from our borrowed money. Why is this good? I'm just going to skip to the last one because we need to tell the truth. Our great financial burden. We're elected. We are functionally the board of directors of the biggest enterprise in the world. The biggest, we represent a quarter of the world's economy. Does this body act like a board of directors where we pay attention to the math, pay attention to how we take care of our customers, the American citizens, and pay attention to the reality? Social Security, Medicare, and net interest account for 80% of the spending growth over the next 9 budget years. And if you do the 30 years, it's everything. If you do the 30 years, military, non-defense discretionary are scheduled to grow slower than tax receipts. Yet, are we even allowed to talk about these? Are we even allowed to tell the truth about the math? And so, Mr. Speaker, we've been collecting every article we can talking about, and some of these are Republicans, some of these are Democrats, some of these are conservatives, some of these are just academic economists. So here's one talking about the growth of prime-age males in Medicaid. And what was fascinating is this particular study. They spent an average of 6.1 hours per day or 184 hours a month on all socializing, relaxing, and leisure activities. Okay. So you get attacked saying, well, you're asking for work requirements. Understand how many states, my state already has an application in for work requirements. I think we already have work requirements, forgive me if I get this wrong, TANF or others, but a number of the states, if you take a look at the chart, they had applications in, the applications were approved, and then the Biden administration took over and something happened where either through court or action here, they started rolling them back. If I come to you right now and say there's 7 million prime-age males missing from the labor force, if I come to you and say, you're talking to me that you want tax receipts to grow, that means you need participation in the economy. If anyone wants to geek out, it's probably about 5 years ago, University of Chicago did an amazing study on what work requirements do in benefit programs. At the end of the decade, the participants are wealthier because they may get the benefit, but the work requirements change their participation in the economy, raise their skill set, and they move up in the economy. In many ways, if you read the academic literature, those who oppose things like work requirements, you've got to read your literature. You're crushing people. You're destroying their economic futures, their ability to learn skill sets, how to participate in the economy. But maybe we have people around here that permanent poverty, that level of cruelty is what's built into their political manifesto. I refuse to believe that. I believe we all want the right things. But page after page of this data is here. And instead, we'll have these trite, feelings-based debates and arguments, and then we'll wonder why tomorrow is no better than it was today, and the day after that will be no better than the next day. There's hope. There's ways to make this work. There's ways to stabilize the debt. There's ways to make this society much more prosperous. Prosperity is moral. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering, are we intellectually capable of actually doing the work? And with that, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Mrs. McClellan, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great honor that I rise today to co-anchor this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour along with my distinguished colleague from Louisiana, Representative Troy Carter. For the next 60 minutes, members of CBC have the opportunity to speak directly to the American people on Gun Violence Awareness Month, an issue of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, and the constituents we represent. Mr. Speaker, on March 7th, 2023, I stood in the well and took my oath of office into this body. My children stood with me. My then 13-year-old son, who was very excited and impressed some people with his dance moves. Less than a week later, my son Jackson showed up at school to find out one of his classmates was dead. He had killed himself accidentally using a loaded gun as a prop to film a music video. My son was devastated. He was devastated again when 2 months later, the school year abruptly came to an end when Sean Jackson was shot and killed minutes after receiving his high school diploma. These are 2 of the 46,728 people who died from gun-related injuries in 2023 alone. They were among the average 13,300 Black Americans who die of gun violence every single year. Sierra Jenkins, Jaheim Dickerson, Devin Harris, Samaya Yalardley, Tyshawn White, Jane Carter, Kenneth Cooper, Micaiah Dickinson, Lorenzo Smith, just some of the names of people whose lives were ended by gun violence, some on purpose, some by their own hand, some accidentally. And too many of our communities are disproportionately impacted by this violence. We cannot allow this violence to become normalized. We must stand together to advance common sense gun safety legislation, invest in community violence intervention programs, and address the root causes of gun violence. Year after year, we go back to our districts, we go to vigils, we watch the news, we see the tragedies, we come back here, we stand for a moment of silence, we give our thoughts and prayers, and nothing changes. But the overwhelming consensus of the American people is that we have to do something. Now, as a state legislator, I focused on addressing the root causes of gun violence. I thought there'd be bipartisan support for that. And to a certain extent, there was. I championed investment in the creation of a firearm violence and intervention and prevention fund with Delegate Marcia Price from Newport News when I was in the state Senate.
This program and fund would provide a pathway to research demographics and trends and implement evidence-based solutions to address the root causes of gun violence, because gun violence in Richmond, Virginia is different from gun violence in New Orleans, Louisiana, is different from gun violence in New York City, is different from gun violence in Newark, New Jersey. And so we need to get at the root causes. But for too many of our young people, the root cause is access to guns is very easy. And they weren't taught to regulate emotions. And things that in my age were settled on the playground with a fist are now settled with a gun. And so you can be called a name on social media. You can call someone a name on social media, and the next thing you know, you're shot dead. We need to do something to address that gun violence. And I was proud to come to Congress and try to continue to work on that. But in April, the Trump administration terminated nearly 400 grants from the Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs that support everything from victim services to substance use and mental health treatment to juvenile justice and child protection. These are grants that were used to address the root causes of gun violence in our communities. There have been deep cuts to the Community Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative, the largest source of federal funding for community violence intervention. Funding that authorized by Congress in 2022 that has invested $300 million in community violence intervention programming and research. And now about half of those investments have been cut. All this does is invite tragedy back into our communities. We can't let it happen. And for Black people in the communities that we represent, we are only 14% of the U.S. population. We represent 60% of all firearm homicide victims. A Black person in America is 11.5 times more likely to die of gun violence. And while gun violence became the leading cause of death of children, all children, for the first time in 2020, it's been the leading cause of death for Black children since 2006. We must do more. We must do more. Because I can't tell you how difficult it is every time there's a mass shooting, every time someone is shot, going to the grocery store, playing in a park, going to the movie theater, turning in the wrong driveway, showing up at school, after graduation, on and on and on. Every time it happens, my son and my daughter look at me and they ask, am I next? Do you know how difficult that is? Do you know how hard it is when your children who know someone who has died from gun violence have to spend their days in school in active shooter drills rather than learning? Enough is enough. Enough is enough, Mr. Speaker. We must do more. Thoughts and prayers are not enough. It is now my pleasure to yield to the gentleman from New Orleans, Louisiana, Mr. Troy Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful to be here to co-author this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour for the month of June. I want to thank my esteemed colleague and dear friend, Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan, Democrat from Virginia's 4th District, for her outstanding leadership and for leading this incredible hour. I rise tonight during National Gun Violence Awareness Month, not just with sorrow, but with a sense of urgency. I rise tonight during the National Gun Awareness Month to shake the core of our very being. I want to be abundantly clear that this is not about taking away anyone's Second Amendment right, the right to bear arms. Don't be fooled by the gun manufacturers who want to continue to put profits over people, over children, over people's lives. I am from the South. I am a gun enthusiast. I do believe in the Second Amendment, but I'm a responsible gun owner. I am trained to use my firearm. I understand the importance of proper storage, protection, training. I understand the importance of having reasonable waiting periods, the importance of being familiar with your weapon and making sure it's never left where children or untrained people can gain access. So yes, the Second Amendment stands, but our common sense stands too, that we must protect communities and we must make sure that firearms never find their way into the hands of people who are ill-trained, who have ill intent, who seek to cause the damage that we've seen with our mass shootings. However, for far too long, our nation has tolerated an epidemic that is killing our children, our friends, and our future. Gun violence has ravaged this country, and while every American feels the impact, Black communities bear the brunt. Black communities die from gun violence at 2.7 times the rate of our white counterparts. Let me say that again. 2.7 times the rate. Over 13,300 Black lives are lost every year to gun violence. That's not a statistic. That's our sons, our daughters, our neighbors, our church members. That's an entire generation lost. In 2023 alone, firearm homicides in Black communities rose by over 23%, suicides by 50%, unintentional shootings by 11%. These are not isolated tragedies. This is a pattern, a crisis of an epidemic. And yet, this Congress remains stuck in neutral. It has been 3 years since the bipartisan Safer Communities Act was signed into law by President Biden. Did I say bipartisan? Yes, it was bipartisan. I voted for it. I stood proudly with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to take this important step. But let's be honest, it was just that one step. A step that needs to be followed up with more steps, more action, more help, more signals that we're bigger and we're better than the gun lobby. And since then, since that one step, mass shootings have surged. Right now, families are afraid to go to the mall, the movie theater, schools, grocery stores, concerts, places of worship. No one feels safe because oftentimes nowhere is safe. The Gun Violence Archives has already reported that 133 mass shootings have happened this year. 133, and it's only the first week of June. Every shooting leaves behind a shattered family, a traumatized community, a ripple effect that lasts generations. And let's be clear, Black Americans are not just victims of community violence. We're also disproportionately impacted by rogue police violence, police shootings, shootings of unarmed men and women, often young people. The truth can't be ignored. When we talk about gun violence in our country, accountability must be a part of our reform. We know that thoughts and prayers after these tragedies are important and are powerful tools, but alone can't do it. We must put our well wishes and our prayers into action. I recognize that at this moment, we demand action because words alone won't stop a bullet. I know that being silent won't stop a bullet. I know that being complicit won't stop a bullet. I know pointing fingers won't stop a bullet. I know running from the scoring of the NRA won't stop a bullet, but I know what can stop a bullet: Men and women in this body standing up together saying enough is enough, because these lives are not just black, they're not just white, they're not just Democrat, they're not just independent, they're not just Republican, they're Americans. And there are children, and there are seniors, and there are neighbors, and there are friends, and there are colleagues. Wake up, my friends. This is not about us against them. This is about us together fighting an epidemic that's killing, literally killing our community. So today, I say to my colleagues across the aisle, do not look away. Come to the table, work with us. The cost of inaction is measured in lives lost, in our neighborhoods, in our classrooms, in our communities across the country. To my Republican colleagues, do not look away. Do not wait until the next shooting is in your neighborhood. Do not wait until it's your constituent, your relative, your friend, your fraternity brother, your sorority sister, your neighbor, your colleague, your loved one. Mass shooters don't care about your party. They don't care about your socioeconomic status. Unfortunately, they often think about hate based by race, based by who you are and who you choose to love, by who you choose to worship. But this is America, and these are all things that are a part of our strength. Let's not allow them to push us in the corner and fight against each other. We should not live like this. Gun violence is not a political issue. It's a human issue. The time for reform is not tomorrow. The time for reform is not next year. The time for reform is now. And the people who must do it is us. Let's rise to this moment. Let's demonstrate to the American people, while Republicans and Democrats may disagree philosophically on many things, let us agree that gun violence is no way for Americans to have to live. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Claudia Cate, a 16-year-old who dreamed of becoming a nurse, killed by gun violence. Cecilia Thomas, a 5-month-old, shot and killed in Chicago, a 5-month-old. I now yield to the Honorable Robin Kelly from Illinois.
Thank you, Rep. McClellan, and thank you, Rep. Carter, for inviting me to speak tonight. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because there is a gun violence epidemic in America. I have spoken loudly and clearly on gun safety again and again and again, shooting after shooting. Moments of silence have never been enough. Thoughts and prayers have never been enough. Americans need real action by Congress to end gun violence. That means universal background checks, funding and support for community violence intervention organizations, safe storage laws to prevent unintentional shootings, and assault weapons ban. We know the solutions to end gun violence, and yet the Trump administration and this legislative body refuses to act. Instead, President Trump and Republicans reverse the progress we've made these past few years. On day one, in the Oval Office, President Trump shut the doors of the White House Office on Gun Violence Prevention. Since then, he continues to pour salt into injury after injury. The Department of Justice terminated over $66 million in grants that were already designated by Congress to community violence intervention programs. CVI organizations are led by trusted community members who offer job training, mental health resources, de-escalation tactics, and more to keep our neighborhoods safe. CVI strategies are proven, evidence-based solutions to gun violence, and yet the Trump administration decided they're inefficient. House Republicans are complicit in the Trump agenda to endanger public safety. In the dead of night, Republicans added a provision to their budget that would deregulate gun silencers, allowing any and all private sales of silencers. The deregulation of gun silencers is reckless and outrageous. Silencers are not something out of a movie. They cause real pain in our communities. In 2019, a gunman attached the silencer to a handgun that he used to kill 12 people in Virginia Beach. Survivors of the shooting said they did not flee because they didn't identify the muffled sounds as gunshots. If the cost of American lives does not move my colleagues across the aisle, then perhaps they will be attentive to the fact that the deregulation of silencers will cost American taxpayers nearly $3 billion. Americans cannot afford the cost of gun violence, not in dollars or in pain or grief. Black Americans in particular bear a disproportionate weight of that grief. This past weekend, I joined survivors of gun violence in an environmentally friendly balloon release to honor the 46,000 lives lost to gun violence every year. They've lost daughters and sons, nephews and nieces, siblings, mothers and fathers to gun violence. One daughter's name is Hydea Pendleton. Hydea was a bright student involved in marching band and volleyball. She was on top of the world when she led her marching band in President Obama's second inauguration. Just 1 week later, she was shot and killed in a park in Chicago. Hydea should have turned 28 years old yesterday. Hydea's friends and family started the Wear Orange movement to raise awareness of gun violence. Now the orange color has become a beacon for activity and advocacy against gun violence. Since they started the Wear Orange movement in 2015, I've introduced the Wear Orange resolution every year to honor Hydea. I ran for office because I couldn't stand by and watch as Congress did nothing as children like Hydea were ripped away from families. While gun violence became the leading cause of death for all children and teenagers in 2020, it's been the leading cause of death for Black children since 2016. I swore my first oath of office just 3 months after Hydea was shot in the 2nd District. Since then, I have never, ever stopped fighting for her, and I will never stop until we end gun violence once and for all. I yield back.
Tiana Major, a 9-year-old gymnast, until gun violence cut her life short. Kingston Campbell, a 6-year-old killed when shooters were fired into his home. They can't speak for themselves. We speak for them. It is now my pleasure to yield to the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, the gentlewoman from New York, Yvette Clarke.
I'd like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan and Congressman Troy Carter for anchoring the Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour. I rise tonight with my colleagues of the CBC to recognize Gun Violence Awareness Month and to bring attention to the impact of gun violence on Black communities around our nation. For decades, gun violence has been an epidemic that has had a disproportionate and devastating impacts on Black communities. In fact, the facts are sobering and clear. On average, more than 13,000 Black people die from gun violence each year. In the United States, Black Americans die from gun violence at nearly 3 times the rate of white Americans. In 2023, firearm homicides against Black Americans rose over 23%. In that same year, firearm suicides in Black communities increased 50%, and unintentional shooting deaths rose 11%. And in the 5 years since the police murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, police shootings of Black Americans have continued to rise. These are not simply statistics. These are the heartbreaking stories of tragedy and loss that should shake our collective conscience as Americans of goodwill. From the racist murder of 9 parishioners at the Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina, to the racist mass shooting at the Tops grocery store in Buffalo, New York, that claimed the lives of 10 people, to countless police shootings of unarmed Black men, women, and children, our nation has unfortunately bore witness to far too many horrific acts of gun violence against Black communities. This crisis of gun violence requires action, not thoughts and prayers, as the American people have become far too accustomed to hearing from many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Instead of working to pass legislation to keep our communities safe from gun violence, the Republicans included in their reconciliation package a provision that calls for the elimination of registration and ownership requirements for silencers that have been in place since the National Firearms Act went into effect in 1934. By contrast, when House Democrats were in the majority in the 117th Congress, the Congressional Black Caucus was instrumental in passing the most significant piece of gun reform legislation in nearly 30 years with the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which was signed into law by President Joe Biden. With that historic legislation, we took meaningful steps to protect our children, keep our schools safe, and reduce the overall threat of gun violence around our country by extending background checks for firearm purchases, clarifying licensing requirements, funding red flag laws and crisis intervention programs, and weakening the boyfriend loophole. And while we've made strides towards common sense gun reform, more needs to be done to keep our communities safe. So during this National Gun Violence Awareness Month and throughout the year, the Congressional Black Caucus recognizes the critical need for reforming our gun safety laws to protect all of our communities. Our caucus remains committed to meeting this crisis with the urgency of now to end the senseless acts of violence that take thousands of innocent lives every year. That time for reform is now. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back to the gentlelady from Virginia.
Thank you. To Evan McFall, he dreamed of being an NFL player until gun violence took his life at 11. Zamir Lopez, he had dance moves and rap skills until gun violence took his life at 8. Mr. Speaker, I now yield to Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman of New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues for co-anchoring this very important special order hour. Every 7 hours, a child is killed by gunfire in the United States. In 2025, thus far, nearly 100 American children did not make it to their 12th birthday because they were killed by gunfire. Every single child lost is an unfathomable tragedy. Families are destroyed and communities are left in anguish, but this cycle of death and grief is far more prolific in the Black community. Black Americans die by gun violence at a rate 2.7 times greater than their white peers, including a 50% increase in firearms suicides in 2023. Communities across our country face this daily reality, but too many powerful people here in Washington, D.C. feel too comfortably removed from it. They'll call for a moment of silence and then move on, and nothing will happen. So rather than committing to fight this uniquely American terror, they will find any excuse to do nothing. It's video games, it's mental health, it's anything but guns. Congress has the power to act to keep our young people safe from their leading cause of death, gun violence. We also have a moral obligation to act to free our society from the fear that comes with dropping our children and grandchildren off at school, or the mall, or the movies, or even a house party. Enough moments of silence. These moments of silence don't save a single solitary life. Now is the time that we must act to save our generations. With that, I yield back.
Sir Antonio Brown, a 6-year-old killed near his Kansas City home by guns. King, a Georgian 9-year-old killed by another child handling an unsecure gun. Mr. Speaker, I now yield to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Representative Valerie Fouché.
Thank you to Congresswoman McClellan and Congressman Carter for anchoring this special order hour to bring attention to one of the most pressing and pervasive challenges confronting our nation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with urgency, grief, and determination during National Gun Violence Awareness Month, a time for us to recognize the heartbreaking toll that gun violence continues to take on communities across the country. I am deeply saddened that this past Sunday in my home state of North Carolina, there was a mass shooting where at least 80 shots were fired, killing one person and injuring 11 others. Unfortunately, this is not an isolated incident. Gun violence is a public health epidemic that affects Americans and ravages communities in every zip code in every state. But year after year, we see the same devastating trend. Black Americans are dying from gun violence at nearly 3 times the rate of white Americans. Each year, more than 13,000 Black lives are lost to this epidemic. They are mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, friends, and neighbors whose futures are stolen, whose communities are left grieving, and whose absence is deeply felt every single day. And tragically, the violence does not end there. For years, Black Americans have faced a persistent and disproportionate risk of being killed in police encounters involving firearms. Let me be clear, no one in America should have to fear for their lives in our schools, our stores, our places of worship, our streets, or anywhere in our communities. But while this crisis and disparity continues to grow across the country, some in Congress are moving in the wrong direction. Again, my colleagues just shared, just a couple of weeks ago, House Republicans voted along party lines to pass the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which included a provision to deregulate silencers. Because of the dangers they pose, these devices have been highly regulated for nearly 100 years, and this provision would make it easier for individuals to use firearms with less risk of detection, further endangering our communities already suffering from gun violence. This is not the type of comprehensive gun reform legislation that the American people need or deserve. A majority of Americans support universal background checks, closing loopholes in gun sales, red flag laws, and safe storage legislation. So I ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, what are we waiting for? The oath of office that all members of Congress took demands that we protect the American people, but every day that we delay, lives are lost. I urge my Republican colleagues to join House Democrats, the Congressional Black Caucus, and the House Gun Violence Prevention Task Force in advancing meaningful, common sense reforms that will save lives, reduce violence, and protect all Americans. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Jacoby Fanning, a 16-year-old killed in a South Carolina shooting. Isaiah, a 16-year-old in Maryland, shot near his high school. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Representative Glenn Ivey. Actually, I yield to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, LaMonica McGiver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on an issue that has devastated families and communities across this country, gun violence. For years, gun violence has been an unchecked epidemic. In the Black community, the toll has been heartbreaking and more deadly, and still very little meaningful action has been taken to stop the hurt. Our communities continue to be ravished while many remain silent. We cannot continue to treat this as normal. There's nothing normal about burying children, nothing normal about the weapons that turn schools, churches, and neighborhoods into battlegrounds. I'm here for the next generation to say they deserve better than this. They deserve a future where they never have to say enough is enough, because we will have already done what is necessary. I, along with my CBC colleagues, will not stay silent. We will continue to demand comprehensive gun reform, background checks, closing loopholes, and a ban on assault weapons, because our lives and our children's lives depend on it. The time for reform is now. Let's do what is right. Let's do what is just. Let's do what is necessary, because before another name is added to another list. With that, I yield back to the gentlewoman of Virginia.
Sarabi Medina. She lost her mother to gun violence. And then at 9, she was killed on her way home with ice cream for her father, cut down by gun violence by a neighbor. Mr. Speaker, how many more? How many more children on the way to school, at the bus stop, at the grocery store, in the park, in front of their house, in bed? How many more? How many more children have to die before we act? How many more women stuck in domestic violence situations who try to get out, who get protective orders against their partner, only to have that partner go get a gun and kill them? How many more? How many more people desperate take their own life because getting a gun is so easy, much easier than getting the mental health treatment that they need? How many more? How many more thoughts are we going to need? How many more prayers? Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. When I was a kid in the late 70s and 80s, early 80s, I think the biggest thing that my mom worried about when I went to school was whether I'd eat the lunch that they served. Do you know what it's like to put your child on a bus and wonder if they're going to come home? Do you know what it's like to go to a park to celebrate a birthday and your child doesn't come home? Too many people do. Too many Black people do. Too many people in our communities are disproportionately impacted by this public health crisis. And even when we find bipartisan agreement, I was able to find bipartisan agreement to get a fund created in the Virginia government, the Gun Violence and Prevention Grant Fund. And yet, the federal funding that was available to fund the programs that are proven to address the root causes of gun violence are being cut. It makes no sense. And every day, our children see this. They're traumatized by the mass shooter drills. They're traumatized by the friends that are there one day and gone the next. And every single time my son sees a story of someone dying at the hand of a gun, because of a gun, he asks me, am I next? And I say to him, Jackson, I am doing everything in my power to make sure you're not. But I can't do it alone. The Congressional Black Caucus can't do it alone. We need 218 people in the House and 60 in the Senate who are willing to do something more than thoughts and prayers. We need a president and an administration that says enough is enough. And if you don't want to do anything to actually take the guns off the street, then at least invest in the root causes of violence, because it's too easy for someone desperate enough to take their life to get a gun and do it. It is too easy for somebody who wants to start a race war to get a gun and walk into a church where people pray with him, and he shoots them dead. Enough is enough. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your attention. I thank the members of the Congressional Black Caucus who joined me tonight. And with that, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ozlowski, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to lead this special order, but before I do, I want to thank my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus for their remarks on an issue that is pressing and timely for all of us. I really appreciate the ways in which so many of you have lifted your voices on the scourge that is gun violence in this country. But Mr. Speaker, I rise for this special order because here we are, now 151 days since the beginning of this 119th Congress, and American families have seen zero relief. Nothing has been done to help them as costs continue to rise. This despite promises from the administration and the GOP congressional majority to lower prices on day one. Day one. Instead, this Republican majority is poised to make things worse through the reconciliation process. Just one awful and cruel example, pushing $300 billion of cuts to food supports. In doing so, congressional Republicans will make groceries even more expensive for the 42 million households already struggling to put food on the table every day. 20,000 of those families live in my district. 80% of those households include a child, a senior, a disabled person, or a veteran. Let's let that sink in. SNAP isn't a luxury, it's essential. It provides $6 a day in food assistance to hungry Americans. Just $6. It's a small amount, but it's enough to lift up millions out of poverty and create a foundation of health and well-being. Just $6 can create a pathway to opportunity. But instead, Republicans want to take away food from hungry people, not to balance the budget, because we know this bill actually increases the deficit by nearly $3 trillion, and not to better serve our veterans, because this bill actually reduces funding for our vets. No, Republicans in Congress are doing this in order to fund tax breaks for the wealthiest of individuals and big corporations. Early in my career, I was a public school teacher. I know that a hungry kid cannot learn. That's why when I became Baltimore County executive and managing a $5 billion budget that I had to balance every year, I prioritized food security, and especially prioritized food security for our children. We leveraged our very modest SNAP dollars and braided it with additional state and local funding to ensure that all kids in Baltimore County, regardless of income level, could now receive a free breakfast or lunch at every single public school. No stigma, no strident rules. We just feed hungry kids. And we feed them in the summer too, having expanded the summer SNAP program to keep kids fed even when school isn't in session. And as a result, behaviors improved. Test scores went up too. And that was no surprise because research has proven time and time again that kids who receive SNAP benefits in school have higher graduation rates. Access to healthy foods helps develop memory, social skills, and emotional stability. All of these are critical to academic success. And a quality education is the key to opportunity. It empowers our SNAP recipients to lift themselves out of the cycle of poverty. But under these Republican cuts, Maryland and our counties would take on 50 to 75% of the administrative costs of SNAP. The types of expansions we made in Baltimore County and expansions that have happened across this country will likely vanish overnight. In fact, the Urban Institute says that as many as 18.3 million children will lose access to free school meals under these cuts. 18.3 million children. Food banks will be overwhelmed. Children will go hungry. And it will have a domino effect on their education, a domino effect on healthcare costs and healthcare outcomes, and it will have a domino effect on our economy. A Department of Agriculture report called SNAP an economic stabilizer. $1 billion in new SNAP benefits would lead to an increase of $1.54 billion in GDP. In other words, 54% above and beyond the new benefits. That seems like a much better investment to me than borrowing $4 trillion to finance tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy. I am so grateful to all of the colleagues who are joining me tonight, who are speaking about the importance of SNAP in feeding our young people. We represent rural districts and urban districts, communities of means and communities without. There isn't a single member of Congress who does not represent families who rely on SNAP's food supports to make ends meet. We all represent families that are getting squeezed by higher costs, who are too scared to check their retirement accounts, who are putting off having prescriptions filled, or who are falling behind on rent. It's simple. These cuts will lead to suffering, and we must stop them. It is now my privilege to yield to the gentlelady from Virginia, who just co-anchored an incredible special order hour herself, the gentlelady from Virginia, Representative McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My father-in-law was a teacher, and he talked about how in the morning when he would come in to work, he could tell the kids that hadn't eaten at home. And for them, often the first meal they would get was the free or reduced lunch, breakfast and lunch. And he would say, you know, you can't learn if you're hungry. And when you get the sugar high of eating some of what they serve in schools as your first meal, and then you crash around 2 o'clock in the afternoon when it's time for the history lesson, you're not going to learn much. The SNAP cuts in the big billionaire bonus bill literally going to take food off of the table for 42 million Americans, a third of them children. And for the first time ever, is going to force states to pay up to, I think it's 25% of the cost. In Virginia alone, that's going to be $450 million. Now that in and of itself may not sound like a lot. But Virginia is also facing a hole blown in its budget through cuts to Medicaid. Virginia now is being forced to implement work requirements It decided not to implement because when it looked at the other states that did, the administrative costs of the work requirements cost more than the cost to provide care. These states are facing significant cuts to rental assistance, affordable housing funding. And oh, by the way, it's the same people who are now going to get their health care stripped away, who are going to get their food benefits stripped away, who are going to get their rental assistance stripped away. I did a little math, and I lost my sheet, so I'm going on memory for this math, which is dangerous for me. Oh, no, I found it. To qualify for SNAP, a household's gross monthly income must be below 130% of the federal poverty line and their net monthly income below 100%. So what is that? For a household of one, that's net $1,255. For a household of four, that is net $2,600 a month. The average rent in Creighton Court in the city of Richmond, which is public housing, for a two-bedroom unit is $1,103. Gilpin Court, $1,396. This same group of people under this bill will be forced to pay a copay for the first time up to $35. And in the Energy and Commerce Committee, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle said, well, they need skin in the game. So what's the big deal? I pay a copay. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle make a little bit more than $1,255, of which they need to pay a little over $1,000 in rent. Now, they've got to choose between putting food on the table or paying that copay to go to the doctor to get preventative care and screenings. What do you think they're going to do? They're not going to the doctor, I'll tell you that. Mr. Speaker, I've talked a lot today, so I'm going to be a little briefer than I intended, but I'm a preacher's kid. And as I listened to the debate on the billionaire bonus bill, I couldn't help but think of Matthew 25, verses 31 through 46, where Jesus said that when he came into his glory in heaven, and all the nations of the earth would come and be divided, and he would turn to the righteous and say, come, you who are blessed by my Father, take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you cared for me. I was in prison, and you visited me. And the righteous will say, well, Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? When did we see you a stranger and invite you in? Or you needing clothes and we clothed you? When did we see you sick or in prison and take care of you or visit you? And the king will reply, truly I tell you, whatever you did for the least of these, my brothers and sisters, you did for me. And he will say to the others, depart from me, you who are cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for you. For I was hungry, and you gave me nothing to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me nothing to drink. I was a stranger, and you did not invite me in. I needed clothes, you did not clothe me. I was sick and in prison, and you did not look after me. And they will say, when did we do this? I'm paraphrasing a little bit. Truly I tell you, whatever you did not do for the least of these, you did not do for me. Mr. Speaker, I hear some of my friends on the other side of the aisle, including Mr. Speaker, who says, if you want to know my political philosophy, read the Bible. I did. I grew up reading it. And that's the verse that's been sticking in my mind for the last 2 weeks, particularly when we dealt with the Medicaid cuts and the SNAP cuts. And if you think the states are going to be able to make up the difference, you're wrong. And we're going to have a whole lot of people who are hungry, who are sick, who are unhoused, who need help. Are we going to do something for them or not? I ran for office to help people and solve problems. That's not what this bill does. Thank you. I yield back.
For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. For I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. What will this house do? How will we be remembered when our service here is done? I thank the gentlelady for her comments. And before I yield to our next colleague, I wanted to point out one other interesting provision of this big, beautiful bill. Currently, anyone caring for a dependent child is exempt from SNAP work requirements. Under the proposed legislation passed out of this House, that exemption would apply to those responsible only for those caring for children 6 years and younger. That means that parents, or a single parent, with children aged 7 or older who are currently exempt would have to meet the work requirement in order to receive SNAP benefits. Is that how we want to treat our children, Mr. Speaker? As we ponder that, I'm pleased now to yield to the distinguished colleague from New Jersey, Representative Watson Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Maryland for anchoring this important special order hour. Mr. Speaker, the bill that the House Republicans sent to the Senate would create the largest transfer of wealth from the working class to the well-off in our nation's history. Folks who are already doing everything they can to make ends meet, working several jobs to put food on the table and keep their kids healthy, honest, hopeful, hardworking Americans who just want a fair shot at a better future. These are the people who stand to lose the most under the Republican bill. These are the folks who rely on basic needs programs like SNAP and like Medicaid. These folks aren't lazy. They don't want something for nothing. They just want to feed their families and to take care of their kids. But the Republican plan is to drown them in red tape, to kick them off of their health insurance and force them to choose between feeding their families or paying their rent. They are waging a war of attrition on the working people and those who are most in need. As if this outcome wasn't bad enough, what's maybe worse is the reason that they're doing all of this, because that is to pay for huge tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans. In an attempt to cover the cost of tax write-offs for private jets and yachts and multiple houses, Republicans are cutting back on food assistance for hungry children. I don't know how else you would describe this, but for me, I think it is cruel, it is ugly, it is evil, and I yield back.
Thank my colleague for her remarks tonight. At this point, Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege to yield the floor to the distinguished representative from Oregon, Representative Dexter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I echo my colleagues' thanks to our colleague from Maryland for anchoring this incredibly important hour. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to defend food assistance, not just in my district, but for millions of Americans across this country. Republicans passed a bill out of this chamber enacting the largest ever cut to food assistance in our nation's history. This ploy will put extreme pressure on our food banks, leave millions of Americans hungry, and force families to make impossible choices. And let me be clear, hunger is not inevitable. Letting people be hungry is a policy choice. Republicans are choosing to rip the food out of hungry people, hungry families' mouths. And for what? To give tax breaks to billionaires. I want to share a story of Rita, a woman in Portland who wrote into my office claiming if federal food assistance was cut, she will have to choose between buying groceries and paying rent, buying groceries or paying the electrical bill. This is not an unfamiliar story for me as a physician who heard my patients struggling with similar choices. And the cruelty of this bill is not just unconscionable, it is heartless. We are talking about real people battling hunger. In the wealthiest country in the world, Americans shouldn't have to struggle so much just to get by. People deserve to thrive. And Republicans are choosing, again, to give tax breaks for the wealthiest on the backs of working Americans. 1 in 6 community members in my district rely on SNAP. Seniors, children, veterans, and people with disabilities will go hungry. And food stamps aren't a handout. SNAP helps veterans who served our country, neighbors with disabilities, it feeds seniors on fixed income, and families with young children. Most of these people have faced unimaginable odds and have nowhere else to turn. We cannot turn our backs on those who need us most. This is a moment for moral clarity. Not one person in this country should go hungry. Not one person should be left behind. And certainly not just so billionaires can line their pockets even further. We have time to stop it, but only if we speak up. Stay loud. And I yield back to my colleague from Maryland. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the representative and my friend from Oregon for her remarks tonight, Mr. Speaker, reminding us that, in fact, hunger is a choice. We're choosing to prioritize the ultra-wealthy of this country over our seniors, over our veterans, those who have sacrificed so much for this country, and over the future of this country, over our children. We're not willing to spend $6 a day to lift up the most vulnerable among us, to spend $6 a day to feed people who are hungry and provide real opportunities for fellow Americans. I think it's time that all of us in this chamber take a moment to reflect about what we're doing here and what our true priorities are. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to elevate this important issue. I thank my colleagues who have added their voice to this issue, and I hope that as the Senate considers this reconciliation package, particularly around the issue of food security and hunger and feeding our fellow Americans, that we take a hard look in the mirror and think about what we're doing here. And with that, Mr. Speaker, end my comments, and I motion to adjourn the House.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.